that is very important. It basically means the threat of life or property. Think of it a lot like when we talk about fires. Level 3 means go now. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue made a Facebook post just before 10 a.m. Telling a number of people for portions of Ording to get out of their homes right now. Those areas: Williams Boulevard Northwest, Mellinger Avenue Northwest, and Stone Street Northwest. You are looking at the Puyallup River on your screen right now. This is some raw video that was shot by our photographer Byron that was out there just a short while ago. Want to show you guys kind of what I'm looking at on my screen, kind of behind the scenes here. So I'm going to pop up my other computer here. This is the mapping system that NWS uses, or the National Weather Service. They are a part of NOAA, and every one of these purple boxes that you see on the left-hand side of my screen that I'm highlighting, those are areas that we're expecting major flooding. So I pulled up Puyallup near Ording, and I'm going to pop this up full so you get a better idea of what has taken place already. Everything to the left of this dotted line is what we've already recorded. These are the areas the past really 24 hours or so, and you see just how high that area got. This is where we're at right now, and this is a prediction. So dropping down now, but we're expecting that river to crest a second time coming up on Thursday at 4 a.m. So they're not out of the woods just yet. Again, this is what the river looks like when it is truly raging. Now, I mentioned Fox 13's Frankie Thompson. She's out there right now. She's been chatting with folks in the field, kind of getting a good idea of what's going on the ground. And the Orting Mayor is over at their emergency center. So I want to get a chance to hear from him. He's going to walk you through the details of what they're dealing with right now and what they're expecting ahead. So the next voice you'll hear will be that of the Ording Mayor. His name is Joseph Penner. So let's jump in and hear what he had to say today.
Ording sits between two rivers. We're an island between two rivers, and we continuously monitor those rivers. And we've had this really exceptional atmospheric river, and the water's coming from the sky into the rivers. And I don't know. Let's start that over.
No, you're good. You're good. We can work with that for sure. So, being that you all are in between two rivers, flooding is familiar to you all here in Ording?
Yeah, flooding is a part of the thing that we plan for. It's part of our DNA here in Ording. Over the last 15 years or so, we've put a tremendous amount of work into our flood control structures within the city, and those are actually doing very well right now in this exceptional atmospheric river. Our big areas of concern are the county levees outside of the city to the north and south, and that's where we're really seeing a stress test occur.
So are we seeing flooding right now, or are things still calm before the storm, if you will?
Oh, I think we're actively in the worst part of it. If we look at the weather forecast and what's occurred, the soils are already fully saturated. The rivers are taking the brunt of the water at this point, and what we're seeing is a real stress test of those levees to the north and south of town. And we have a great integrated emergency response, and there's standing water, there's some moving water over roadways outside the city, but within the city we're doing very well.
Very good. Good to hear, but it is all hands on deck. I want to talk about the emergency response in a moment. Comparing this particular storm to other storms, where does this rate?
Well, we monitor the flood flow of the rivers, and if you look at the Puyallup River especially, that's the river to the west of Ording, you'd see we match the record flow that we had in 2009, I believe it was. What's different between now and then is we've built several hundred feet of additional capacity in our river channel through setback levees. We also have much better integrated emergency planning and operations, and so a situation like in 2009 where it was door-to-door evacuations for the whole city can be very much more spot targeted at this point. So there's a level of sophistication and coordination that matches the increased capacity of our river channels in the city.
Great to hear that infrastructure is in place and doing what it's supposed to do, protecting people. But you mentioned it's the county levels that are now at greater concern for y'all here. So we've got an emergency response team. Walk me through who's here and what does the response look like?
Well, sure. Ording is a city that's not connected to any other city, and so we're surrounded by county. There's a lot of folks that identify as living in Ording, and they live in the county. And so the school district, the fire district, the city of Ording, we all have different geographies. And so in making sure that we're all communicating on message, on point, and also understanding the challenges that the different districts have to work through is really helping us. So a good example is all the kids in the Ording School District go to school in the city of Ording. So 2,500 kids in the city of Ording during the day, but then they go through a much broader region than the city, and the roads are going to be closed for some of them on the way home. So what is the school district doing, and how can the city support, for instance, the school district in communicating with parents? Same thing with Central Pierce Fire and Rescue. They manage a different geography in swiftwater rescue that may occur adjacent to the city. It definitely informs our emergency response, but we have to coordinate how we're going to communicate with them, and they should coordinate with us. And that's the point of this integrated emergency management center that we've set up, is make sure that we're all on the same page and we can cross-pollinate the information on the emergency.
With all hands on deck, how are things flowing right now? Is it pretty textbook? Are we feeling good about our plan that's in motion right now?
There's no textbook emergency. I think a good quote, right, is that plans are worthless, planning is everything. You know, we tabletop all sorts of emergencies every year to work through the scenarios that throw themselves at you in an emergency. And so there have been floods in the past, 2006, 2009, 1996, and no flood looks the same as an earthquake or a wildfire. But the activities that you do, if you practice them and you really work through improvement, you get better at responding to the unknowable unknowns.
Yeah. So our concern right now is some roads will be the water over the roads. What else are you all monitoring? What is, if there is fear, what's on your mind right now?
My biggest concern is the state of the unimproved levees upstream from Ording. There's some overtopping of the unimproved levees downstream from Ording, but those will affect the county and Sumner possibly. Imminent threat to me for the citizens of Ording that live in Ording is the levees upstream from Ording. And so that's what we're really focusing on, is making sure, we call it the Jones levee, which is adjacent. It's upstream immediately from our big improvement project. That levee continues to hold the water back, because if it doesn't, I think my concern is that Ording becomes a bathtub at that point. The water ends up between two levees on the wrong side of them.
We hope that's not the case. Man, thank you, Josh. Anything else? That hit me hard.
Is there anything that makes you doubt that these levees could do what they're supposed to do?
Well, our major levee system that we've improved, the Wolf-Calistoga levee, that was built about 10 years ago, and the high water marks are not even stress testing that levee. It's an incredible levee system. It added hundreds of feet of floodplain to the river channel itself. The thing that makes, say, for instance, the Jones levee and some of the Pierce County levees upstream a concern for us is that they were built decades ago. They weren't built to modern standards, and building a levee system is an incredibly expensive undertaking. And so it's something that over the last 10 years we've been working with Pierce County to try to make a priority, is making sure those upstream levees have capacity to support all the improvement work done in Ording and Sumner and Puyallup downstream.
No, it's just kind of a wait and see. That's the hard part about all of this. You can plan and plan and plan so much, as you said, but until we see something happening, hopefully not, but dang.
All right, so that is the mayor of Ording talking with Fox 13's Frankie Thompson. Joseph Penner also kind enough to kind of walk us through the emergency management that they're dealing with. This is going to be some shaky video, but I just kind of want to give you guys an idea of what it looks like behind the scenes as they bring in all these bodies, trying to work to figure out what exactly can be done. And a reminder, we do have evacuations that have been called for Ording. So you're going to see a lot of camera shake here. This is just a raw video that it was sent back to me moments ago from Fox 13's Frankie Thompson. In fact, some of this was rolling in while we were listening to the mayor. So this is truly brand new video just coming into our newsroom. Understandably a concern. You heard him talk about just that fear that the area of Ording could become a bathtub if the levees were to fail and they're stuck between those two rivers, the Puyallup and the Carbon. This is obviously a very important time to be paying attention to all the information you're hearing from these emergency management crews. So Central Pierce Fire, you see the jacket on the guy to the left side of your screen here. They made that Facebook post just before 10 a.m. on Wednesday saying level 3 go now orders are in place for some parts of Ording and level 2 are in place for other places. Go now is like the most severe. Think back to fire season when we're with you and we start telling you there's the get ready, get set, go now. Go now is the end all be all. In our state, there is no way to command people to leave or abandon their property, but we consider that the most severe moment. When you hear go now, it means that you are now risking your own life and possibly those that could be sent in to try to help you because we are now expecting it to be a worst case scenario. So the go now locations currently in Ording are Williams Boulevard Northwest, Mellinger Avenue Northwest, and Stone Street Northwest. That was put out at 10 a.m. today on Facebook by Central Pierce Fire and Rescue. So hang with me for a moment. I like to remind people we are not bringing you news that's all scripted and put together here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We do this as the news comes into our newsroom, and I am like drowning in the amount of, no pun intended, in the amount of stuff that's coming into our newsroom. So I just want to make sure that we haven't missed any updates because the last one we saw from Central Pierce Fire was around 10 a.m. today. And I'll just share with you in a second here what I'm pulling up on my screen. So without further ado, this is the latest that came out from Central Pierce Fire and Rescue. And again, it does look like that 10 o'clock is the newest that we have. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue writing evacuation information for the Ording community. A level 3 go now evacuation notice for community members that live, and those are the 3 streets that I named: Williams Boulevard Northwest, Mellinger Avenue Northwest, and Stone Street Northwest. Here's some added information that I didn't have in there right off the bat there. Level 2, these are the B sets. So in other words, there's 3 levels that they'll give out evacuation orders for. Level 1, get ready, basically means collect all your junk. Be ready for those more severe things. And when I say junk, I mean personal possessions that you can't do without, but more importantly, think about licenses, passports, birth certificates, any electronics that you may need to communicate with people. Get ready. And that also means charging your devices in case you're going to have to leave on short notice. Level 2 is be set. In other words, that next level of like be prepared to leave now, like start packing your car, be ready. And that B SAT or level 2 is going to be in the area of High Cedars Golf Course community south of Puyallup River, and they list these streets: 150th Avenue East, 188th Street East, 184th Street East, 176th Street East, 168th Street East, and off Pioneer Way East, 177th Street East, and Patterson Road East. Be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. Now here's one other thing, I didn't notice this earlier, but they write a shelter is set up for displaced community members at the Ording Multipurpose Center. They also say river levels within Ording are extremely high. City of Ording levee improvements are working as designed. Our concern is the levees upstream on the Puyallup River and the south end of town. We're actively monitoring river levels in that area. Be prepared to evacuate. And they also have that reminder: do not walk or drive through flooded areas. So a reminder, we were chatting about this just a little bit ago, but I know we had just had a bunch of people join us over on the YouTube page. So I want to show you one other thing as we're talking about the Puyallup River. Now there's 2 rivers that give Ording concern, because you also have the Carbon over there. But this is your breakdown from the National Weather Service of what it's looking like out on the Puyallup. Look at how high that water got around 6:30 this morning. That was the really bad part of the day. And you had those evacuation notices start going out. This dotted line on your screen, and let me just pop this up full screen so you guys can see a little bit better on your screen. Everything after this dotted line means this is the prediction. So to the left of it, this is what's already happened. But look at this. While the levels came back down, they're going to start rising just in the next couple hours. This purple dot I have on your screen, that's 4 o'clock today. And look where it goes from there. 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, we're in the dead of night. It's going to be dark and you're in moderate flood stage. And back up into major flood stage in those overnight hours, 4 a.m. tomorrow. This is when you really start worrying about this stuff, because this is when people that aren't paying attention don't realize. You could be asleep. It's dark out. You're not going to see where that water is coming. So if you know somebody who lives around that area, now is the time to let them know. And you just saw that little squiggle on your screen. They just updated that as we were talking about it. So just a reminder, stay alert, be talking to your neighbors if you're in that area, if you have a loved one that's in that area. And a reminder, that is one of just 10 major rivers that we're expecting to hit major flood stage that either has or will by the end of the week. So serious concerns all around. All right. Obviously, not just covering Pierce County. We're also going to be talking about Snohomish County as well. We're going to take a short commercial break. On the other side, I'll jump into some of the concerns up that way as well, and what we're doing as a newsroom to make sure that you all are safe. That's coming up after the break. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. I got a lot, excuse me, I'm so used to saying we have a live look. This is drone video that was shot by our chief photographer just one day ago. So this is showing you the Snohomish River. But before we get to that, I do want to actually bring back up that NOAA map. I don't know, who was that? Austin, do you know what that was that left that YouTube comment? Looks like a screen name of Blue Phoenix. Hope you're still watching. I'll break this down for you because we just did the Puyallup River and we were talking about Pierce County, but I can also show you what's going on up there in concrete the same way that we just did with Pierce County there. So our viewer comment said, I live in concrete and I just got a text to get to high ground away from the river. Let me show you why. This is the same mapping from NOAA that we were just talking about. I'm going to highlight this with my clicker here. All this up here, this light purple shade, this is considered major flooding. And notice right here, this line, record, 42.2 feet. That is the all-time record that they've recorded on the Skagit River near concrete. Again, this dotted line, everything to the left of this is where we've already been. So that's like looking back in history over the last couple of hours or days. I think we go back to Monday morning. And you can see as the rain goes, it keeps climbing, climbing, climbing. And then Tuesday morning, you started getting some minor flooding. And it started dipping back down. And this is actually exactly what our meteorologists have been predicting. We started to worry about some of the flooding that was coming in, but then you have that second round of rain, but also you have some of the rain that was dropped in higher elevations, and now it's starting to come down these rivers. And what ends up happening here, we can take a look. We start seeing the prediction on the right side of this dotted line. Look where we're going to be going. So our comment from the viewer just said he got a text to get to higher ground. That person, the reason you're getting that is where we're at right now. So this is today at 4 o'clock where it's predicted to be, that's already considered major flooding. That would be 35 feet. That's 3 feet above what the threshold for major. But look where you're heading in the next couple of hours or the next day. Wednesday, that's tonight by 10 o'clock, 42.75 feet. That would break a record, but you are predicted, again, this is a prediction, you are predicted to go even further beyond that. So you break the record by 10 o'clock tonight, but then by 4 a.m., middle of the night, again, this is why I'm truly concerned about this for a lot of our viewing area. You are going to be in the dead of night, it's going to be dark, and people that are not used to flooding or their property hasn't flooded in the past, that's when you start seeing more concerns. So look at Thursday at 4 in the morning. Right now, the National Weather Service is predicting 47.26 feet. That would be 5 feet higher than the record there on the Skagit River near Concrete. Remember, flood stage is 28 feet, 47.26 feet. We do have crews that are going to be out in Skagit today. I know Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman was just chatting with me a little bit ago, so I do want to let you know we're going to have crews in your neck of the woods, and we will be working on that as well. Let me see here. I have Alejandro is currently working right now to talk with the emergency management. So if you're still watching us on YouTube, I know we had a viewer comment asking specifically about concrete. We are working to get more details for you. We will be hearing from Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman. I know she was trying to get over and chat with us around the 1 o'clock hour. I will note, since then, we've also learned that there is going to be a public invite. Governor Bob Ferguson is going to be talking with us in the 1 o'clock hour as well, or inviting in the media. Our newsroom's probably going to be working to get that. I say probably because a lot of moving pieces here since I just jumped up on the set. So a reminder, as we get information coming in from the governor's office later today, we'll get that out to you as well. I mentioned the Snohomish River earlier. I know kind of went on a tangent there. We do appreciate the viewer questions, and we will jump in, and I'll do my best to kind of get those answers for you as we get them. So I just wanted to make sure that we jumped in on that. But we had that conversation earlier. I said we were going to talk about Snohomish. Let me show you why. We just got this in from the Snohomish County Fire District. So they are going to be opening cold weather shelters, but just shelters in general, because remember, there's going to be flooding as a result of all of this going on. So what does this look like? Snohomish County Fire District number 4 writes, Snohomish County cold weather shelters, including the Snohomish site at 210 Avenue B, are open during tonight's storm. Free rides are offered when shelters are activated. As a reminder, the Snohomish County Department of Emergency Management is the best place for up-to-date information on this weather event. You can find more information from them here, and they posted that link on their Facebook page. That is Snohomish County Fire District number 4, and they say share this information to help connect people with a safe place indoors. I mean, I think that hopefully gets the point across of what we're dealing with in these terms. And Snohomish County is going to be one of those areas that will be dealing with a lot. We do have that live interview coming up with their emergency manager at 2 o'clock. They'll be checking with me via Zoom, and we'll have a chance to get some details from them. But I will let you know, they talked with our morning crew earlier today. So while this is going to be a little bit dated, we're talking a couple hours ago, we'll get you kind of some backstory on what Snohomish County has been dealing with so far as you look at the Snohomish River and what it was already looking like a day ago, and it is climbing at this hour.
Look along the Snohomish River, where we continue to see flooding levels there. We haven't seen those levels reached since about 1990. This is drone video shot of the area, and you can see a lot of the water over the land and some of the smaller roads over. Let's bring in Lucia Schmidt with the Snohomish County Department of Emergency Management. Lucia, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
So give us your first thoughts and what you're seeing up in Snohomish County.
Yeah, so as we can see, the rain has started up again and the rivers are starting to rise, and they're going to keep on rising. As your meteorologist just said, the timing varies a little bit by river, but we expect, approaching major flooding, if not record flooding, along all the rivers in the county. And we expect that the levees along the Snohomish Basin are going to overtop. Now, in most cases, this is designed overtopping, and it's intentional, and it will direct the water into farmlands and away from homes. But The EB Island area is an area of major concern. We sent a notice out to those homes last night to be prepared that when they leave their houses today, they might not be able to get back for multiple days.
Yeah, and people in that area who've lived up there for some time know that this is prone to happen at certain times, but at some of these extreme levels in those areas you just talked about, it's pretty difficult. What resources are available for those people out there right now if they come home and find that they can't get home?
Yeah, so we want to encourage folks, check the Snohomish County Hazard Viewer for folks who aren't aware if they're in a flood hazard zone. But as you said, many folks are. So we encourage them to check the river levels on a regular basis. Those river gauge levels are up on the Snohomish County Public Safety Hub. That's bit.ly/SnowCo flooding. So you can check there to keep an eye on those flooding levels and prepare now. Have your pets ready to go, have all of your essentials ready. We have a shelter at the 4-H building at the Evergreen State Fair Park that's being run by the American Red Cross, so folks can go there. And then we have livestock sheltering available at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds and at the Darrington Rodeo Grounds. So we encourage people to call ahead, and you can find those phone numbers on the Snohomish County Public Safety Hub just to make sure that they have room still available. But right now there's capacity at both locations.
All right, well, we looked at a lot of those pictures and you could see the water's running pretty rapid at sometimes, and we appreciate the help in getting the word out there, especially about the livestock. People don't think about that. They think about us as people and humans out there, but we have to take care of the animals as well. Thank you so much for providing this information. Lucia Schmidt with Snohomish County Department of Emergency Management. We hope to check in with you again.
All right, so that is the conversation they were having earlier today, and we will be seeing if anything has changed. Now, right now, you are taking a look up in Everett, where a number of people are bringing evacuated animals to the shelter up there. Let me just pull some details that we're getting in on that as well. I apologize, we're juggling so many different things. So the Everett Animal Shelter is actually shutting down, so people are going to be fostering animals for them. So that is a concern at this point. Obviously, more rain coming in Wednesday. That second surge of this atmospheric river hit late last night, and because of that, they're actually asking people to help foster. I think meteorologist Alona McCauley just sent me a note, so we're going to be having some details on this coming in from her. She's going to be one of the many reporters that are out in the field today for Seattle News Tonight. Let me see. The shelter is starting its evacuation plans today to ensure that animals will be safe. The plan is to move them all into foster care by the end of the day. So I think actually meteorologist Alona McCauley is picking up some of those animals, helping out how she can in her community. We've got a web story about this on fox13seattle.com, so if you guys are interested in helping out, that plan is currently active and underway right now. You can see this Everett, Washington Animal Shelter evacuating due to risk of flooding from rising Snohomish River. You also heard them have that conversation a little bit more about what's going on with Evergreen, the state fairgrounds. Yesterday, we had Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa out there. Early in the morning, they had 40 horses, and I believe it was 40 cattle. They had some chickens and goats and other things as well. You have to sign a waiver if you're bringing livestock out there. They don't have veterinary care, but it is a safe place because a lot of these farmlands, they're right there on the rivers out there in Snohomish County, and they're dealing with multiple rivers, including the Snohomish River and the Stillaguamish, which because of that, I have a feeling they're going to be stretched really thin out there. Snohomish County is under that emergency proclamation. Dave Summers, the Snohomish County executive, wrote this late last night. Flooding events like this have serious impacts on our communities, particularly our rural areas, and the safety of residents is our highest priority, so we proactively declared a state of emergency and put our planning and preparation to work. We have a very capable emergency management team and public safety agencies, and I want to thank them for their work to protect residents and property. He also notes, we're looking in the next couple of days at flooding on the Snohomish, the Skykomish, and the Stillaguamish rivers in Snohomish County, and it has the potential to reach or exceed historic flooding. So just like we talked about some of these other locations, I want to get you guys another look at your screen at what they're going to be dealing with there in Averett. Snohomish County. So you have the Pilchuck, which is going to be a concern, but the spots I'm seeing right here, Snohomish River in Monroe and Snohomish River at Snohomish. So let's pull up the Snohomish River in Snohomish, just like we have the others, the concern that they're going to be dealing with. So again, an explainer, and I know it probably sounds repetitive, but for all of our viewers that may be new, that are just jumping in, I want to just keep repeating this. On this vertical dotted line, everything to the left is what we've already seen. So the highest level we've seen in the past 24 hours was Tuesday in the afternoon, around 27.5 feet. But look where we're predicted to go. We're going to keep climbing up throughout the day. And this is the overnight hours, right where I'm starting to move in around here. You're a couple feet above what's considered major flood stage. And remember, the record here, that's this vertical line, 33.5 feet. Look where we're supposed to basically crest and sit for hours. Thursday at 10 a.m., they'd be hitting right around that same mark, and they'd be there all the way through until Friday late afternoon. So that gives you a good idea of why there's the concern up there in Snohomish County as well. And on top of it, you have those other items. All right, we are going to kind of abruptly switch gears. I see Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan just jumped onto our sister station, Fox Weather. Let's jump into their coverage, and we'll be back in a little bit when he wraps up.
Since the last big flood to help protect the town of Mount Vernon, but we haven't seen anything that was quite this drastic. So we're going to be seeing how that ends up shaping up coming into tomorrow. We expect that particular river to crest in Mount Vernon early Friday morning, but a lot of the other rivers around here, like the Snohomish River, the Skykomish River, the Snoqualmie River, the Puyallup River, and a lot of these other ones are going to end up cresting either late tonight or through tomorrow sometime. So this is going to be a tough 24 to 48 hours for those of us here in the Pacific Northwest. Thankfully, we do expect the rain to start wrapping up as we get into Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, boy, is that necessary. But as you said, it's that lag for all the water to find its way into some of those rivers, and an uncomfortable, a dangerous run over this next stretch. So I know you and the team have been very busy. We'll be checking back. We've been following your reporting. That's Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan out in Seattle. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, incredible verbiage.
All right, so that was Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan kind of breaking down our national audience over on Fox Weather. A reminder, you will see Fox Weather coverage at different points throughout the day. Later on this evening, when we're not here live, when we're not with the reporter crews out in the field, we will be jumping into some of their coverage because not only do we have stuff going on here, but all around the country, and they will be checking in our areas. So rather than leave this unmanned, I do want to make sure you guys are aware that we will be seeing some items out from that area. All right, I just got pinged on a message that says Ording Rescue. I'm going to just throw it to this video, and we're going to sit in there. You're not going to hear me talk for a second, and we're just want you to see how fast this water is moving in Ording right now. I'm going to dig up some more information on what we're learning here out in the Ording area. All right, so appreciate you guys bearing with us for a minute here as we kind of jump around with this video that just came into our newsroom from Ording. So they just rolled on this, and my understanding was that we had some type of a rescue. Let me pull down some audio here so you can hear me. All right, so we just got information from the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. More people are being evacuated today in the Ording area. 16 homes were evacuated yesterday, and more than that will be evacuated today, but no exact numbers yet. Fire crews in Puyallup and Ording are assessing. We are actually expecting to hear from the public information officer from the Pierce County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Carly Capetto, a little bit later today. So hopefully we'll get some more details. But you can see it looks like we have a number of trailers in this area. And Fox 13's Frankie Thompson tells me that the sheriff's office was doing some work to rescue some folks out in this area. They're collecting some sound and some audio out there down in Ording, so we'll get some more idea of what exactly took place and what was at stake here. But you can see off in the back, that's the river there, the Puyallup, just raging. I mean, look at the logs. Every once in a while you'll see a log come shooting down there. Gives you a good idea how fast moving that water is. And look at the water closer to you on the bottom portion of your screen. That's just sitting in a trailer park. That's the water that's rushing through there. So it sounds like they had a emergency evacuation and some last minute folks getting out of that way. We're collecting more information, and Fox 13's Frankie Thompson is talking with people. I don't know if that is the folks who did the rescuing, or if that's the people who were rescued or people who saw it. Again, we just get you guys out the information as soon as it comes into our newsroom. We will keep a close eye on that one, and as we get more information, we'll jump right back into this and walk you through it. Again, that's Fox 13's Frankie Thompson down there in Pierce County for us. We also have Alona McCauley up in Snohomish County right now, and Alejandro Guzman is in Skagit County, and we are waiting to hear hopefully in the next 30 minutes, Governor Bob Ferguson is expected to brief folks about the Emergency Operations Center for the entire state that they're looking at. So a lot of moving parts today with multiple rivers flooding, and we're just going to stay on top of it and continue to push you through this weather alert day. I got more of those coming up as well. I do want to let our viewers know we're going to be hearing from meteorologist Abby Aconi. She just got out of the same area that you're looking at now. She's going to be coming back to the newsroom and walking us through with our weather podcast. Hopefully we'll bring her in and push that out to you guys as that happens as well. So look more for that. For now, we're going to take a short commercial break, and on the other side of that, we'll keep digging into more of the flooding concerns that we're tracking for you as a newsroom today. All right, welcome back in, guys. Apologies, I know that break took a little bit longer than usual, but I was thumbing through some of this information coming in from Ording right now, just so we have some details for you, or really just to make sure that all the video that came in was stuff that we were allowed to show. A lot of this is happening very last minute. I jumped up here just kind of trying to throw a few things up on the screen and let you guys know where we were tracking, as we just gotten some new details from NOAA about where the rivers are expected to crest over the next couple of days, and then we just kind of started getting all this information in, and that's what we do. As soon as we get it, we push it out to you, but there is no scripts here, and so I didn't have a chance to actually jump in and wanted to make sure that this person whose home was just flooded was okay with all the information going out over the air. I just wanted to kind of listen into bits and pieces of that interview. Before we jump in back down there to Ording, just kind of want to give you a rundown of what it's looking like throughout our area right now, where we have some of these weather cameras available. So this is Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, obviously gray, lots of rain coming down. Our Capitol Hill camera basically non-existent at this point in time. Our stadium camera, much of the same, water on the lens, and we're going to be seeing much more of this. We kind of walked you through earlier a couple of those rivers, but we want to get back out to Ording, where we heard from Fox 13's Frankie Thompson that there was some type of a rescue situation going on. What I can tell you, we do have an individual whose home just went under the water. His name is Jason Johnson. I'll let him explain to you what's going on.
Probably November last year, so this is...
Give me 1 second just to make sure you guys have good audio, because it looks like we've got a challenge with our audio. It'll just take me 1 second here and jump in. Again, I apologize. Breaking news, and we are just bringing you all the information as it comes into our newsroom. And so this is Jason Johnson talking about all this water that has jumped the banks of the Puyallup River and started to overtake homes in Ording. We are also expecting to hear from the public information officer out there in just a little bit. So let's jump in once again and listen to Jason Johnson.
Awesome, awesome. Have you lived in Ording for a long time, or just?
We used to live in Lakewood, and we moved down here in November last year, and this is the first time that we've experienced it. We've been down here before, back in 2000, and we were kind of right over in that area, and we never, I mean, the river would come up, you know, high, but it would never come up this bad. So this is the first time that me and my wife has experienced this.
When you're looking at all of this, where your place was parked, what's going through your mind right now? What's your emotion, your reaction to this?
Right now, just, you know, glad that we got our camper out of the way, because I mean that's our home, you know, and I mean, just looking at how fast this is running, you know, I mean, I'm surprised it's not taking it, you know, so this is beyond.
When did you make the decision to leave? When did you know, hey, this is dangerous, we gotta go?
So last night, about 6 o'clock is when I decided to, you know, up and move. We woke up Tuesday morning, and it was just below our first step. So it wasn't that high. And then they were saying, our landlord was saying that it was supposed to get worse today. Yesterday morning, we started packing stuff up and getting ready, and I moved my camper right over to here to get to higher ground. And then when I left for work this morning at 4:30, and it wasn't even like this. And then about 9 o'clock, my wife texted me saying that, yeah, it's flooded again. I'm like, it wasn't like that when I left. And that's when I looked, and she sent me a picture, and I told my work, I work right here in Sumner. I told my work, I was like, look, I got to get going, or else, you know, I may not get home tonight. So I came straight home.
Yeah. Are you worried that it's going to get even higher? Do you have a place to go?
We don't have anywhere to go. Like, this is our only place. We don't have, you know, any family or anybody around, so we're stuck here. So I'm hoping, you know, where we're at is fine, but at this point, I don't know. It's just, you know, it's play it by ear at this point.
Does it concern you how fast the water is moving?
It really does, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a major concern right now. You know, I mean, it's it's moving pretty good. I was out there walking around in it, to kind of get some of my stuff, situated and taken care of, and it was almost pushing me. So it's definitely a concern.
So I know that you haven't experienced anything like this in this particular spot. Have you dealt with flooding before?
No, not to this extent, not at all.
You hate to see it happen, but I guess you do the best you can with what you have and just kind of move as things go.
Yep. Yeah, we watch the skies and hope Mother Nature, cools down a little bit. But yeah, we just play it by ear and hope for the best is all we can do.
Now, some of your neighbors were rescued,
Yes.
out of there. Did you get a chance to see that at all?
I actually helped my next door neighbor there in the Salem. I helped them get out, drive their car out because their car was stuck there. So I helped them get out, help their pets get out, and just trying to, help out around here as much as I can too.
All hands on deck situation, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Anything else?
Who were the neighbors? How many?
There was 2 in the Salem there, and then there was 2 more in the back corner. They were elderly. They had some health issues, but Pierce County Swift Rescue helped them out. And then there was a couple other people over that way. So probably in total, maybe 5 or 6 people grand total.
And you know them?
No, I knew the ones in the Salem because they're my next door neighbors, but the rest, I didn't know any of them.
Just neighbors taking care of neighbors at this point.
Pretty much.
Kind of have to and move fast, yeah. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate your input today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Carly is available.
All right, and we do understand that our crew that's out there right now is working to speak with Carly Capetto. If you've been watching us throughout the day, you know that she's done a nice job of kind of checking in with our crews and helping us help you guys just get this information out there as this is all unfolding. But this is new video just into the Fox 13 newsroom. Again, this is, I said Ording, this is near Ording, just outside of Ording. So Pierce County Sheriff's Office are the ones that are out there. You can see this, I'm going to just call it a dinghy, where they've got the Swiftwater Rescue Team pulling people to shore. There's 2 people in that boat, but you also heard from Jason there that they were actually helping people as well. So while you see the rescue with these folks, because the water came up so quickly, you also get the good idea that there was first responders down there trying to do what they could to get some of the folks out that didn't have a chance. So this is Dan's RV near Ording. So that is the latest information that we have coming in from them. All right, meanwhile, I do see we are hearing from the public information officer. She is on the ground and we're going to get a chance to hear from her. What I'm going to do is take a short commercial break. We will cue that up for you and we'll hear a little bit more from the Pierce County Sheriff's Office right after those rescues just took place near Ording. More on that when we come back. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Just kind of pulling some things together here to get you guys caught up on this situation down in Pierce County again. This was a rescue at Dan's RV. Now, a reminder, we told you this earlier today. We did see in nearby Ording, they had those level 3 go now evacuations start going out just around 10 o'clock this morning. We walked you through those earlier today. There's also some level 2, which basically means be ready to get out at a moment's notice. But the go now orders in Ording are Williams Boulevard Northwest, Mellinger Avenue Northwest, and Stone Street Northwest. Now, the video you're looking at just came in from the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. They actually were able to snag some of this video of this rescue taking place. I'll also show you some video that our crew just pulled together from this area. This is just outside of Ording, but let's check in with the Public Information Officer from the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. She's going to walk us through what exactly took place there today.
Helping us get those cell phone videos of the rescue that happened here. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, we arrived here at Bill and Dan's RV park probably about 2 hours ago. The water was already taking over multiple RVs, and this park consists of probably over 100 RVs that families are living in, people are living in. Not only that, vulnerable populations of elderly people, and as soon as we arrived, our rescue crews, our Swiftwater team, were alerted to several RVs that still had elderly people in them. There was one RV that had a father and 3 children inside, and the water was about 3 feet deep at that time, and there's a current, so it's not like people can get through this. So we were able to get our Swiftwater boats and our teams out there. Several people and children were rescued, and as you can hear right now, we've got fallen trees, and people are trying to make pathways to get their vehicles and their RVs out of the situation. But we do have probably about 100 RVs that are stuck back here. With the anticipation of the water rising, there could be a lot of family losing their homes today.
For those who have been rescued so far, do we know how many people, how many homes?
We have approximately about 8 that were rescued from the RVs and water, and that video and photos was provided to you guys, and that's what you see in those photos is that active rescue going on. The issue we're dealing with right now is, now that they've been rescued, is getting them resources. They have nowhere to go. Half these people don't even have phones. They had to leave immediately. They don't even have dry clothes. So getting them to warming shelters and moving them to the second step would be those resources is what we're working on right now.
It's so great to hear that the Swift rescue team was swift. You know, they did what they were supposed to do, saving lives. But, you know, this weather event is going to continue. What's the messaging for more families as this water potentially rises?
Please do not bypass our warnings to evacuate. Right now, we did come out here early this morning. We did notice the water rising. This community was informed that it was level 3, ready to go to leave. And, you know, and I get it. People don't want to leave their homes. They don't want to leave their belongings, but you have to leave. And then that puts us coming back out a second time to start rescuing people that initially didn't want to leave their home. So please take our warnings seriously and take what you need in your belongings and get out.
And is that Pierce County who issued the evacuation order?
Yes, our Department of Emergency Management and all of the teams involved. This is a huge coordinated event with Ording PD and Central Pierce Fire, Department of Emergency Management, Pierce County Sheriff's Office. We've all collaborated that these level 3 evacuations need to happen, and these communities have been informed at certain times that they need to go.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure, like, where we were, because there's like the city of Ording, but then there's also like the county part of Ording. So wanted to make sure we got that.
This is a huge coordinated effort of rescues and events going on everywhere, and so there's a lot of hands in the cookie jar, putting resources and wraparound services for these people.
We'll call it collaboration, right?
Yeah.
You know, but as this weather event unfolds, I'm sure you all are prepared, have a plan in place, and will move accordingly.
We have plans in place, but people need to understand that this is only the beginning. We do expect this to potentially get worse over the next couple days, and please take our warning seriously.
Was anyone hurt during the rescue at all? Or
No, we don't have anybody hurt. We just have people that are very distraught because, you know, they're seeing their homes be ruined.
Anything else for Carly?
Do we know how many RVs are already flooded?
What you can see, you can start counting out there, but I've counted at least over half a dozen out there. But we also have a whole community of RVs in the back as well, and there's probably 50 to 75 more RVs, and if this water rises, those ones will go as well.
Yeah, so people really should take heed, of course. Another crew just arrived. Do we need any more from Carly?
Are they visible? There are 50, 70 other units?
Yeah, you can walk around all the way to the corner on the back, and it goes much further back there. You're welcome to go back there and talk to the community back there.
Yeah, perfect. Carly, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
All right, so that was Carly Capetto, the public information officer out there near Ording. And just a reminder, she talked about how they had been out there and they had to go back out a second time. Look at the Puyallup River particularly, where it's at. So this gives you a good idea of why it's been such a concern and why they were out there. I know we've been showing you a lot of these charts, but I go back to this one when we're talking about Ording. We've seen that river drop down. It's kind of going up and down with the reporting that they have out of this, but look where it's still predicted to go. Not as high as we saw around 6 o'clock, I think she says, when they went out there. That was it getting near the record level. But look, it's going to stay in or get back into major flooding stage. The new peak that we're looking, if we're just looking forward, 4 o'clock Thursday morning. So we're going to see that river start coming back up over the next couple hours, and it is going to start in the overnight hours, late at night. You're going to see it hit moderate flood stage. That's 10 o'clock tonight, and look where it's predicted to go, 4 a.m. Thursday. And I know it sounds repetitive, but we're talking again and again where it's going to be the dead of night, dark, and this is when water is going to be coming up and flooding in some areas that people are not used to seeing. That continues to be the concern. All right, I do want to get to a couple other things that we've been working on for you as a newsroom. It looks like we have Alejandra Guzman coming up in just a little bit here. Let me, while we wait for her, and we'll be joining in some folks We'll be joining in some folks who are going to be watching us on Fox 13 Plus. If you're already watching us on YouTube and one of the Fox local apps, fox13seattle.com, we do appreciate you. Right at that 1 o'clock hour, we'll be onboarding some additional viewers. So while we wait for them, I want to jump in. It's not just the water that we're concerned about, it's also the power, because we're talking about wind gusts on top of everything else. You can see this. This is actually some graphics that our weather team's upstairs working on right now. I know Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan was just on Fox Weather, our national channel. We dipped into some of that coverage, but he's working up some of the modeling for what it's going to look like Thursday and Friday with more winds. Those wind numbers don't look really huge right now, but keep in mind, we're talking about very saturated grounds. That means mudslides, but it also means the potential of trees coming down, which then means power outages. We see it often, but this is a very rare event where we're seeing lots of rivers reach or match record levels in the next 24 to 36 hours. So with that in mind, let's talk a little bit about the power aspect of that. Puget Sound Energy chatting with our morning show earlier today. Let's jump into that coverage.
And joining us this morning, Gerald Tracy with Puget Sound Energy. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. So where are we seeing the outages right now?
They're kind of spread out right now. As of last check, we only had less than 2,000 outages throughout our entire service territory. I've been watching that number kind of slowly climb down over the past couple of hours since waking up. We're not seeing too many issues right now. The biggest issue is we have one substation out in the Des Moines area. We have a crew looking into that. It's been out for a little over an hour. They're assessing, looking to get that repaired as soon as possible. But otherwise, our system's holding up pretty well throughout this storm, despite all the flooding and everything.
And we're seeing a lot of flood warnings happening right now. A lot of people dealing with that. If someone's house or basement is affected by flood, should we be turning off the power to our house?
Now, I would never recommend somebody who isn't an electrician or an engineer to mess with electricity, just because it can be a life or death situation depending on if you know what you're doing or not. That being said, I would look up our flood safety website. Just look up PSC flood safety, and there the customers will be able to find a number they need to call if they are flooded. It's actually one of the first things it says is if you have a flooded basement, don't go down there. If your gas meter is submerged in flood waters, make sure you're calling PSC. And if you smell natural gas, to leave the area immediately. Make sure you're calling 911, but also again PSC, and that number is 1-888-225-5773 for customers who do need to call that today.
This is an emergency situation for so many of us here in Western Washington. I know that Puget Sound Energy has crews ready to go just in case something does happen. How do crews prepare for severe weather like this?
Yeah, so it's a little different than what you might see from guys like DOT who would salt the road before a big ice storm, right? These are stuff that we are doing throughout the year. Reliability, grid strengthening projects. Y'all did the Vita Grid story that we did the other day with the electric school bus. That's a capacity project to help in situations where we need more capacity. So doing little projects like that throughout the year on top of vegetation management, undergrounding wire where you can, and also implementing tree wire in some heavily forested areas are ways we try to make sure we're ready before the storm. The days leading up to it will postpone and cancel jobs that are able to be doing so. If you look at our outage map right now, you'll see that we don't have any planned outages. It's because we postpone those throughout storms like this to assure that you're not without power, even if it's a planned outage during a major storm like so.
Gerald Tracy with Puget Sound Energy, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, that was this morning Puget Sound Energy chatting with our crew, and a big reason for that is because of the concern with the weather, not just the rain, but as you heard him explain, we do have winds on top of the fact that we're going to have a lot of that loose soil to deal with now. We are going to take a short commercial break. We will rejoin you at the top of the 1 o'clock hour, where we will continue our ongoing coverage here on this weather alert day. For those of us sticking around with us, we do appreciate you giving you that live look outside right now, but we'll be back with you at 1 o'clock as we are getting more interviews and more content coming in from our reporters in the field. We'll see you in just a moment. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, 1 o'clock hour right now. We are in the thick of it. We've been warning you guys that this is where we were heading, and we are now seeing exactly what the Fox 13 weather team has been predicting. That second round of the atmospheric river is coming in, and we are seeing kind of the fallout from that as we speak. Welcome in, everybody. Matthew Smith with Fox 13 Seattle. We're inside the newsroom right now. We've got a whole bunch of producers right now working on some special coverage coming up beginning at 4 o'clock with Seattle News Tonight. It will look different today. We will have wall-to-wall live coverage with reporters in the field in various places. I've been, I'll be honest with you guys, this is always unscripted. We're always jumping around from thing to thing, just kind of like lily pads here, making sure you guys get the content as it comes into the newsroom. Today's been different. I jumped up here to do one update, and I have not walked away in about 90 minutes, and that's okay. We want to make sure you guys get all of the information you possibly can. We are expecting at 1 o'clock Governor Bob Ferguson to be giving an update about emergency management and what things look like from that mile-high view. We're also expecting to check in with meteorologist Evacuation. She's hoping to drop in and give you guys kind of a special edition weather podcast live here on the desk. We're hoping the timing for all these things work out because we're juggling shifts as we're making sure we're real people dealing with this too, and we want to make sure we get people home because she's been working all day, but we're going to attempt to get her up here as well. We just saw, for those viewers that weren't watching us on Fox 13 Plus, but maybe on YouTube, the Fox Local Live app, any of our fast channels, this major event just outside of Ording taking place where people were being rescued from Dan's RV park. We've been talking to you guys about the Puyallup River and the concerns out there. This has been just a really devastating situation for a lot of people because we are now talking about areas that typically don't flood starting to flood. We're beyond that major flood stage in some areas. Now, and I say that, but it's also worth noting that we're seeing some of these rivers come back down before they climb back up. And the big concern is many of these rivers will be cresting at a time where you're going to have low visibility, dark outside. A couple of the ones that we've been running through, I know we had somebody ask about concrete earlier today. They were out there and they had gotten a text alert, and one of our YouTube viewers said, like, hey, I just got a text on this, and we pulled open the weather service, and it shows you kind of like the forecast of where this thing was going, and it was showing it shooting past the record that they've seen out there along the river. So that's the type of thing we're dealing with. We're talking about the risk, the potential of loss of life if people aren't paying attention to what's going on. That's why we're going to be with you throughout the day here. I mentioned Frankie Thompson. She is down in Pierce County. We also have Alejandra Guzman in Skagit County. We have Alona McCauley out in Snohomish County. She actually was just picking up animals from the Everett Animal Shelter because they have to evacuate the animal shelter. They're actually going to be relying on fosters. Now, I see Governor Bob Ferguson just popped up. He's going to be talking about the Emergency Operations Center and what the state is doing at this point in time. This is at Camp Murray. If you're unfamiliar, this is near Joint Base Lewis McChord. So that's the area that we're going to be tracking here. We're going to jump in and listen to him live together.
Join us today. So I just signed a statewide emergency declaration in response to the intense flooding Washington State and Washingtonians are experiencing this week. This, of course, allows us to seek federal funds to cover the cost of this response, which we anticipate will be significant. It also gives us the flexibility we need to respond quickly to keep Washingtonians safe in a fast-moving situation. Brianna does have a copy of the emergency declaration in case you need to see that or want to take photographs of that. We are, as you might imagine, in regular contact with local governments, tribal governments, and the federal government. I just finished a call, for example, with the National Weather Service. We've been in communication with FEMA Region 10 and the Army Corps of Engineers. At 2 p.m., I have a call with FEMA Region 10 to request an expedited emergency declaration from the federal government. We need the federal government to grant that request. This is critical. If granted, that emergency allows us life, safety, and emergency protective measures and additional federal resources, which will be key for us to address the extremely challenging situation that Washingtonians are facing right now. I do want to encourage all Washingtonians to listen carefully to alerts from your county emergency management departments. If you receive an evacuation order, please follow that order. This is critical for your safety. Look, the impact on Washingtonians is significant now, and it's going to be significant in the coming days, and that is an understatement. We're mindful of that, which is why we're working so hard, and you're seeing people in this room working so hard to address the situation as quickly as we can. Understand it's a challenging week for many of our state. My team understands we're putting everything we can into this situation to respond as quickly as we can. We deeply appreciate all the first responders and many others who are out there in the field helping Washingtonians as they deal with protecting their homes, their businesses, their lives, their pets, their loved ones. I'll be visiting impacted communities very soon. I'm working with the General on the right time to do that, but you'll see me out in communities as soon as that is appropriate. And again, I want to emphasize how important it is that we get this declaration from the federal government. This situation is extremely serious. The next few days are going to be very critical. You'll hear more from the folks here about specifics of what we're facing, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Major General Gent Welsh. I'm the commander of the Washington National Guard and the director of the Washington Military Department. Folks, this is a very serious situation. When you see reports of record level flooding, not only just record level flooding, but historic level flooding, it's time to pay attention. There are going to be some serious impacts to communities around this state in the next 24 to 48 hours. Your Washington National Guard, thank you again for your leadership, Governor. Thank you for signing that emergency declaration. That allows us to get moving. So by the end of tonight, when the sun goes down, you will have over 100 Washington National Guard members surge to help local communities. And by the end of the day tomorrow, you'll have over 300 ready to go, to include some of our best aviators and some of our best folks that really specialize in these types of rescues and public assistance. Governor, we're ready to help Washington. This is what we do best. This is the time that the National Guard really steps up and helps our community. And with that, Director Robert Ezell.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. And as Governor Ferguson and General Welsh has emphasized, we're dealing with a very dangerous, complex, and rapidly evolving situation. As you can see, our State Emergency Operations Center, we're working very closely with our county and tribal partners to quickly request to any or to respond to any of their requests for assistance, and we're going to be here until this event is over. We're staffing 24/7 for the next few days to help out. We have people in this room from across state government, other state agencies, anybody who can lend a capability that would help our local partners. We anticipate the heavy rain that we've been experiencing for the last couple of days to continue and even increase in the afternoon and evening hours tonight and continue into the night. And so this atmospheric river event is far from done, and we're receiving signals that it's going to be wet next week as well. So anticipate that this situation is going to continue over the next number of days. What we're seeing is multiple rivers all the way from the border with Canada down to southwestern Washington are currently at moderate to major flood stage levels, and we're going to just see those levels increase as we go into tomorrow and Friday. Landslide risks are elevated statewide and will continue to be that way because of the saturated soils, and then we're expecting a number of rivers to reach or exceed record flood levels. Chief of these is the Skagit River, and we see that the 1990 record is probably going to be exceeded by about 4 feet upriver, and in the Mount Vernon, Arlington area by at least a foot. So what that means is, and what we're hearing from the county, is they're preparing to evacuate 75,000 people who are living in the low-lying areas. They've already put out alerting orders to evacuate, and we could anticipate go-now orders coming as early as this evening. We anticipate levees, not just on the Skagit River, but on many others being overtopped. And we're hearing reports that the flood wall down in Arlington could be overtopped. But it's not just the Skagit River that we're concerned about. We're seeing significant impacts along the Cowlitz River. Highway 12 is underwater in a number of areas. The town of Randall's currently cut off. We see parts of Packwood cut off, and we're seeing that situation on a number of rivers across the state and even on the east side of the Cascades. In Pierce County, right here, just a little bit east of where we are, we see go now orders already being issued for areas in Ording. And so, again, it's just a complex, evolving situation, and it's not just confined to a couple of river valleys. It's pretty much prevalent across western Washington. Our local governments are fully engaged. We have more than a dozen local emergency operation centers activated. Many counties have issued disaster declarations, and we're seeing sheltering operations in a number of the hardest hit counties. Again, what we're doing here, the important work that my team is doing is coordinating support from across state government to help our local partners. And so I'll just wrap up to echo the pleas of Governor Ferguson and General Welsh. Please follow evacuation orders, keep yourselves safe. If there's high water out there, don't drive into it. And just do everything that you can, listen to the news, be aware of the situation, and take the appropriate actions that you need to protect yourselves and your families. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Rourke, who's the Washington State Department of Transportation Olympic Region Administrator.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just a brief transportation update. WashDOT certainly saw this forecast coming and planned ahead, and we have our crews out in full force looking at state highways across the state, particularly here on the west side, to take care of water over the roadway issues. We are poised to reopen roadways when it's safe to do so. And I would emphasize safety's job one here. Good source of information if travelers need it, and I would encourage travelers to plan ahead for any trips in affected areas. The WashDOT app, the WashDOT website is a great source for travel information and our real-time travel map. So plan ahead and be safe out there. Thank you.
So we're happy to take any questions that folks may have. Yes.
Earlier we requested assistance for the bomb cyclone, for example, and that assistance was denied by the federal government. Do you have any concerns about that with the funding that you're requesting now?
Sure. So I'll just repeat the question just so everybody could hear it. So the question went to the fact that Washington was denied funding to deal with the bomb cyclone from the federal government, and I think you're asking, hey, do we have a sense of what the response will be to a request? Obviously, I'm acutely aware of the denial before, and I've shared my thoughts about that in the past. I won't repeat those here. What I will say right now is that, lives will be at stake in the coming days, and we need the federal government to do what's entirely appropriate here, which is to declare an emergency that taps into the resources and the assistance from the federal government that literally can help us save lives and help individuals save their homes and their property and their livestock. And so I look forward to the 2 o'clock call where I'll be laying out the impacts, the fact that Skagit River, which in the over 100 years we've been recording flooding at the Skagit River, we anticipate this will exceed that by multiple feet. That this is a very, very serious situation. So, all I can really say in response to your question is we need them to approve it, and we'll be doing everything we can to make sure they have all the information that lays out very, very clearly what's happening here in Washington State. You bet. Yes.
Would you describe this system as life-threatening right now?
I think anytime you have literally tens of thousands of folks who may be facing evacuation orders, yes, by definition, that becomes a life-threatening situation. And so once again, it is critical that folks listen carefully to those orders, and if they receive an evacuation order, they need to put their safety first and deal with those. So yes, absolutely, this is historic flooding. Our state has seen some big floods in our history. And anytime you have the potential and what's really being predicted of literally record-setting flooding on the Skagit River, by definition, that puts people in jeopardy, and that's why we're taking this as seriously as we are.
For you, I was in Auburn earlier today. There's a Chevron gas station that's flooded, inundated, water's up to the pumps. I know your FEMA request is in the works right now, but what do you know about businesses suffering from flooding across the state right now? Do you have any information you can share?
Sure. So there's a reason why I declare this a statewide emergency, because this is impacting folks all across the state. It's not just Skagit County or just Lewis County. It's a statewide problem that we have, and it's a very fluid problem that we have. So we're very mindful of whether it's businesses, homes, lives, livestock. The impacts are real for many Washingtonians and businesses. That's why we're all working so hard. You're seeing that right here in this room. There's lots of folks outside this room who are out there trying to address this as quickly as we can. That's also why we need the coordination of governments, which we're getting at the local level, and why we need it from the federal government as well. Thank you. Any other questions that folks have today? Anything else that any of you want to share? If not, I want to thank all the folks who are in this room for their hard work at a really challenging time for Washingtonians. The message for Washingtonians is really clear. We're praying for you. We're doing everything we can to help you in your situation. And we also ask you, listen carefully to the experts who are providing information to you. We ask you that. We ask you to follow their instructions. And with that, we're going to get through a really, really challenging situation. And of course, we'll be keeping Washingtonians and the public updated on a regular basis throughout this process. When we get a response from the federal government, we of course will let you all know as soon as possible. And again, really appreciate you sharing this information to Washingtonians. It's a really critical time. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks, General. Appreciate it. Yeah.
All right, so there was a lot to unpack there. I actually, while you guys were listening live, I know we kind of stopped showing some of the rivers flooding there because I wanted to get through and make sure that I had all that information proper. Robert Ezell there was kind of breaking down the different areas. He said Randall, town of Randall, parts of that were cut off. The number, I had to go back and double check to make sure I heard that properly. Skagit County, he said that they are potentially going to be putting out those level 3 go now evacuation orders for up to 75,000 people, and that we could see a flurry of those start going out tonight. We're going to be joined by Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman in just a little bit here. So we'll be checking in with her after a break. But before we get into that break, I'm going to kind of go through and pull up something here in Skagit because I want to get you guys a good idea of what we're talking about here with the Skagit River. So give me a second because I want to pull this up and give you guys a better idea of the issues that we're seeing right now in that area, because we're talking about thousands of people that could be evacuated in that area. Hopefully we'll be able to pull that up here. Make sure I got the right information. And again, 75,000 people would be a huge undertaking, and typically you hope that that means folks have loved ones nearby that they're able to check in with, but that is a very, very large area. So the Skagit River, and what I'm doing behind the scenes here is pulling up these charts from NOAA. This is the prediction of where things are going. So the dotted line, and if you've been watching me since before 1 o'clock, we've been doing this for a while. Everything to the left of that dotted line on your screen that's vertical, this is what we've already seen take place. This is climbed into action stage early Tuesday and kept climbing, took a little bit of a dip, but look where we're expected to go in the next couple of hours. So this line is where we start moving into prediction. Expected to reach moderate flood stage by 10 o'clock tonight, and then it just keeps shooting past. We're talking 4 a.m. now, Thursday. Look where this is at. This horizontal dotted line on your screen, that is the record for the Skagit River near Mount Vernon. And look where it's expected sometime between Thursday at 10 a.m. and Thursday at 4 o'clock to surpass that. Not surpass it, shoot past it. And look, they're expecting this thing to crest Friday morning. So we've been talking a lot about Thursday, but the Skagit River is going to keep getting worse into Friday if this prediction holds true. This is a forecast. It's not perfect, but this is what they're concerned about. This is what they believe will happen. By Friday at 4 a.m., they're talking about 41.5 feet. That would shatter the record by more than 4 feet. that they've ever seen with the Skagit River near Mount Vernon. We've got that quote up on the screen there from Governor Ferguson. Lives will be at stake in the coming days. They're not taking any of this lightly. And a reminder, this isn't just one or two floods that we're worried about. This is going to be an amalgamation of 10 different rivers, all reaching major flood stage at some point this week, most of them in the next 36 hours. So strap in, things are going to get bad, and that's why we keep hearing again and again, and it's going to sound like a broken record, but we do that on purpose. They want you to stay safe. They do not want you disobeying those orders. They cannot force you to abandon a home with a level 3, go now, but they can always come out and say, we're not going to be able to safely come get you if you don't listen to those orders. And that is the concern that we're going to have as we start talking about these rivers get to a completely new level than anything we've seen historically in this region. So we don't want to alarm anybody, but we want people to be paying attention and doing what they need to make sure they stay safe. More news still to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back here to the Fox Local Live Desk. We are getting ready to check in just a moment with Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan and Fox 13 Meteorologist Abby Acone. They have been working some long hours today trying to get you guys caught up on everything that you need to know as it happens. And we just had that wild situation where we were hearing from Governor Bob Ferguson and some of the folks from the emergency management where they mentioned up to 75,000 people could potentially see evacuation orders by late tonight. So a shocking number. I actually had to double check and go back and look into that and figure out if they did in fact say 75,000, but sure enough they did. We're gonna dip into some sound from a woman in Skagit County, one of those people in the low-lying areas who could be in those evacuation orders sooner rather than later, who tells Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman that she does not plan to evacuate. Let's listen in.
Thornlow, Thornlow.
How long have you lived in this beautiful home?
Since 1997.
What does this home mean to you?
I named it Heart's Desire because it was everything I didn't have in Alaska. It has 9 feet of topsoil. It was halfway between Seattle and Vancouver, BC, and all the arts and classics that you could do, sports. It was, 30 minutes from Anacortes and all the fishing and boating. And we were at a change of phases. And I decided that my daughter needed better education than she could get in Alaska.
Speaking of changes, you're right across the Skagit River.
Yes.
Do you have any concerns hearing that the emergency management folks are urging you to be ready to evacuate?
Well, we've been through this before, and because we're on a straightaway, the water doesn't build up here. It builds up, and downtown is lower than this place, and at the corner they have a relief valve that'll send the water out into the tulip fields. So I feel quite safe here.
So you have no plans?
Not at the moment. We never even get water standing. It's not like the fields.
When you hear record levels of rainfall,
yeah.
I mean, we're hearing that this is going to be record breaking. You were here, or you bought the home in 97.
Right.
So I think the last time you mentioned it flooded was in 1913, or somewhere along those lines.
Well, when they built the dikes. Yes. And then it hasn't flooded here on this property since then.
So you're very confident in the dikes?
Yes, we're 3 feet above any kind of level. The little houses that are down on concrete slabs will be the ones that have a problem.
Do you know if your neighbors are perhaps getting ready and have a go bag just in case?
I texted this neighbor because he has a mother in the area, and he appreciated, he doesn't always live there, so he's in the process of moving his mother.
What about you?
All right, so that is one of the people that's going to be facing potentially evacuation orders in the next day or two, but you heard her say she's not concerned. And this should be taken seriously, though. I mean, we have shown you this is out near Ording. We had folks rescued today. They didn't heed warnings earlier, and then all of a sudden you had swift water rescue people. And you heard a little bit of frustration from the sheriff's officials that were out there because they door knock. There's not a guarantee they're going to be getting back out there. And you heard Governor Ferguson say there is the potential for loss of life with this event. And we are going to be talking about thousands of people potentially getting evacuation notices in low-lying areas later on tonight. So something to keep an eye on. We are going to go into a short pause here. I'm not going to tell you we're going into a break because that's not exactly true. We're going to pop up a slate on the screen where it says stand by for more local news. And on the other side, you won't be hearing my voice. We're going to check in with meteorologists Brian McMillan and Evacuation as they kind of give you guys a live breakdown. Typically, we do a weather podcast at this hour. They're just going to take it to you live right here at the Fox Local Live Desk. So stand by for more from our meteorologists.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Northwest Weather Podcast. This is a kind of a special flooding edition here of the Northwest Weather Podcast. I'm joined by meteorologist Abby Akoti. I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. And Abby just was out in the elements here this morning. Yeah. We're recording this on Wednesday morning. And what was it like out there along the Puyallup?
Honestly, it was kind of haunting and chilling getting out there. We were there when it was dark, and you just hear the roar of the Puyallup River. And then as daylight came, we noticed so many of these giant trees and logs. Like, it was common throughout the entire morning, seeing them being carried swiftly by the waters. It was kind of like a sight to behold, the force of Mother Nature.
Puyallup River, one of just many, many rivers here around Western Washington that are going to be hitting at the very least moderate flood stage and at most major flood stage. There's even a few that are going to potentially be setting all-time records.
Yes.
So really dangerous stuff out there, and this is something to be taken seriously, because even down in Ording, got a bunch of rain down in the South Sound here over the past couple of days, especially on Monday. And with the new rain that we've been seeing here today, to kind of add on to things, there have been some communities that are now forced to evacuate. One of those down in the Ording area. So they had level 3 evacuations down there for a few neighborhoods. We also, and this is probably the big story, level 2 evacuations up now along the Skagit River, and that is in some of our kind of bigger communities up there in Skagit County. It goes all the way from Marble Mount and Concrete over on the east, kind of the far east side up into the Cascade foothills, all the way down into areas like LaConner, Mount Vernon, Cedar-Woolley, Burlington. Those areas that are right there alongside the river may need to evacuate. So if you live along that area, that's a 100-year floodplain. Make sure that you have your stuff packed up and that you can be ready to go at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
Kind of scary stuff.
So scary. Have your phone charged as well.
Yep.
All of your required belongings ready to go as well. You should be able to get a text or call if evacuations are issued in your area.
You'll get an alert on your phone if you have those, those SOS emergency things. You can check your settings on your phone to make sure you have those activated. Let's talk about what's happening right now, okay, Abby? And now this is our satellite view, and you can see what's happening. You got that atmospheric river, okay? This one, kind of a Pineapple Express, tapping into that really just moist, warm air, that subtropical moisture. The warmer air can hold more moisture, and these types of situations we can really see a lot of rain dump at a very short period of time.
Going all the way down to the Hawaiian Islands, thus the pineapple aspect.
Yes.
The Pineapple Express version of atmospheric river, even warmer and milder than some others.
We say that not all atmospheric rivers are Pineapple Expresses, but all Pineapple Expresses are atmospheric rivers, right? So, okay. Now, Abby made this fantastic graphic, so you want to talk about this?
I actually did not make this,
oh, you
but
didn't
thank you for giving me the kudos. You know, I'll take it. Yes, I did. I worked so hard on this.
So, Abby, what is an atmospheric river? Go ahead,
let's get into it. So I do love this graphic because basically this is just like a river down on Earth. This is a river of moisture up in the sky. It's really intense. It's this narrow continuous band of moisture elevated. And this thing is really impressive. It can be between like 200 and 400 miles wide up in the atmosphere. And then as it makes landfall, we have multiple mountain ranges, of course. As the air hits the Cascades and the Olympics, it has nowhere to go but up. And it's that lifting mechanism that cools and condenses the air and produces a ton of the precipitation. And Brian, what has worried us so much is that the atmosphere has been blocked up.
Yes.
It's like we have all the exact ingredients in place just to lock everything up. So we haven't had any movement, but finally we'll get movement later on this week.
Exactly, yeah. You know, it dipped a little bit farther south into Oregon yesterday, this atmospheric river did, and now it's back up towards us. So, and we got like a one-day break, maybe, 12 hours or so, and now we're back into it. This is going to stick with us through the majority of the day today. Let's talk a little bit about which rivers are at flood stage, which are going to hit major flood stage. That's the big thing. And then this is the remarkable thing, is that we have right now on this list 13 rivers that are going to hit or already have hit major flood stage.
Wow.
And the ones with the stars by them, that includes the Skagit River, the Snohomish River, the Cedar River, and the Elwha River. That one is out along the Olympic Peninsula. Those rivers could potentially have their highest crest on record. And these records were broken, and I mean, most of the records go back to 1990, that big flood that we had back in 1990. We also had a couple of floods, big floods that were similar in the 2000s, but we really haven't seen a lot of these dikes and levees and these dams and all this stuff tested for the past 15 years at least, and even going back 30 years.
Yeah, I feel like I can't fully exhale until tomorrow afternoon when some might get relief, but honestly, the timing of all of this, it really varies by neighborhood.
It does. It does. So what we're looking at for timing, we're just going to kind of go through it in case you're listening and not watching, okay? So Skagit River runs through Concrete. There's 2 stations. There's one in Concrete, which is up in the, kind of the Cascade foothills, and then you got the Mount Vernon one, which is around a more populated area. The Concrete area, that's expected to crest on tomorrow morning. And in the early morning hours, we're going to get a really good idea of what this is going to do to Mount Vernon when that thing crests out there in Concrete, because it doesn't crest in Mount Vernon until 4 o'clock Friday morning. So we get about a 24-hour kind of heads up. And then the Snohomish River, that one can also set some records. That one's cresting Thursday night at around 11 o'clock at Snohomish. The Snohomish River at Monroe will crest a little bit earlier at 10 o'clock. They're pretty close together. And then the Skykomish is actually going to crest tonight at Gold Bar. That is one that a lot of those people out there have been very worried about, because they have some dikes that have been set up to protect a bunch of homes out that direction. If those fail, there's going to be a lot of homes that are going to be underwater here later on tonight.
Yeah.
So call me at Carnation. Will be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And the Tolt at Carnation will be at 10 o'clock tonight. So those are a couple big ones out there in the Carnation Falls City area. Cedar River out in Renton will crest on Thursday morning at 10, and the Puyallup, where you were, Abby, is going to crest tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. It's kind of got to be kind of amazing to think that that river is going to rise several feet more from where it was at this morning when you were out there.
You know what? It will, so the hydrographs, they come out and they get updated. It actually looks like the crest Thursday morning, thankfully, is not going to be as high as what we've seen so far. But it's still going to be at major flood stage. So I'm not sure if the difference will be very noticeable to the people at home. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, your future cast, we continue with the rain. It does break up a little bit here as we get into the late afternoon hours, but it'll keep with us all the way through tonight and into early tomorrow morning. But that finally dips its way out of the picture, and we're just going to be left with normal showers by the time we get into Thursday afternoon. And we, on top of everything, have a wind advisory in effect.
Yeah.
We're looking at 35 to 45 mile an hour winds. Winds haven't been terribly strong yet, but it's breezy, and when you have this saturated ground, I mean, a tree can come down easily.
We saw one right before our first live shot. A great way to start the day. We saw this, like, half of this tree just topple into the Puyallup, so we had to be careful.
Okay.
Do the same at home, my friends.
Yes, be careful. Snow level forecast, snow levels are very high right now at 7,000 feet. So that's why that just kind of adds to the concern. You got all that rain all the way up to 7,000 feet, and that is melting all the snow that's fallen, right? It's been doing that all week long. So tomorrow we will see those snow levels dip temporarily, but if you look beyond that, all the way through Monday of next week, those snow levels are going to be super high. We're going to get more rain. Not good for skiers and snowboarders, that's for sure. Overall temps are going to be in the mid to upper 50s. There could be a few spots touching 60 degrees today. And we're going to stay mild all the way through next weekend. I'm expecting scattered showers through next weekend as well. Saturday looks like our driest day coming up over the course of the next week. All right.
57. That is a sure sign that this is the Pineapple Express. Dare I say a Mango Express? It's warm. It's warm.
Yeah, more mango, pineapple, orange, whatever.
Orange, yeah.
Yes, be safe out there. Heed all the warnings. If you are in some of these flood zones, make sure you're ready to leave your house. Make sure to have your kits all ready to go. Phone charger, flashlights, food, extra clothes, all that good stuff, all of the stuff that you need, brush your teeth and all that, because you may have to leave at a moment's notice, especially if you're up there in Skagit County. So, you got anything else?
We take it really seriously. We love forecasting for you. This is why we do what we do. And also download the Fox Local app, because we will have live updates there throughout the day and into the night. So we got you covered 24/7.
Yeah, we're going to do an extended Good Day Seattle again tomorrow as these rivers crest into major flood stage. So we got a bunch of people that are going to be out and about, and we would love to have your videos and photos. We can't be everywhere, even though we got a lot of reporters heading out there. We can't be everywhere. So please send us your photos and your videos. You can do so at where we normally have our mega poll, which is fox13seattle.com/poll. You can do it there. And I believe Fox13 tips at fox.com. You can do it there too. Send us your videos, send us your photos, and hold that camera sideways. Okay, instead of vertical, hold it sideways when you send it in. It just looks better.
We want to go full boomer, not Gen Z. Okay, so horizontal boomer, no. Yeah, watch it.
All right. Got anything else?
I think it's time to go take a nap. Everybody stay safe.
That's right. Everybody stay safe out there. Thanks for listening to the Northwest Weather Podcast.
All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We got that live look outside from our Capitol Hill camera. You can barely see anything out there. For those of you who are tuning in and just got a chance to catch up with Fox 13 meteorologist Evacuation, we do appreciate, guys. That was a live event. Apologize, I know it's getting a little loud. We are in the middle of a newsroom, and it gets pretty loud in here when we have people running around all trying to cover what's going on out there on the roads. One person we want to check in with right now, though, Fox 13 news reporter Alejandra Guzman. She's out in Skagit. And Allie, I don't even know if you had a chance to hear this. I was just listening in live. We heard from the emergency management team. They're expecting thousands of people to get evacuation notices. They even predicted possibly 75,000. I double checked the number. They're saying a lot of people are going to be told to get out of their houses where you are now.
Yeah, Matt, I did hear that a little bit briefly. I think producers were saying that just a little bit ago. I do hear some feedback, so I'm going to take this out of my ear just to walk you through what we're seeing and doing, but I'll check back in with you. So here's where we're at. So we're in Mount Vernon, right along the Skagit River, and just take a look. Colby, if you'll want to show them a little bit about what we're dealing with. I mean, this is a river right here where officials are predicting and expecting this to really flood the area. Right along here, though, we are pushed up against a community. There are several homes, particularly this white one. It's been around since the 1900s, and there is where you heard from Pamela Thornlow, who said that no matter what, she said that she has not seen the Skagit River flood in over 100 years. So she, not that she's refusing to go, but she's not so concerned. She says, I don't know, walk and try to explain this as best as I can, Colby. So you see the entire river here. This right here, we're up along the dike here. And she says that up at the corner over there, where you see that arrow, there's apparently some underwater or some underground situation where they can just open up the valves and let some of that water drain into the tulip fields. So she is more worried about folks on that end of the street and perhaps those homes there that could potentially flood. She says, if you'll take a look at the home again, she's never seen water get so high up there. And on top of that, she says that she's still 3 feet on top of any potential water coming in. She says the worst, if anything could get, is potentially just my basement. Now, if you keep panning, though, you'll see that there's tons of field and a home on the back end here. This neighbor here is moving, and she tells me she already has a go bag in her car filled with clothes, makeup, all the things you could potentially need. And the key thing here, according to emergency officials, is to remember to pack non-perishables, because you want to make sure that not only do you have water, clothes, shoes, everything that you may potentially be without, not just for one day, but for a couple of days. If you'll take a look here, though, this other neighbor, who we have not had the chance to speak with just yet, is apparently evacuating. They're ready to go, even though they haven't received notices in this area yet. The water on the river, though, it is, I wouldn't say rushing, but it's flowing faster than we normally would this time of year. Folks say that even on the worst that they've seen, according to Pamela, she says that a couple of years ago when her husband was still alive, he was able to come up here and just kind of dip his foot in the water. Right now, she says there's no concern because water is so low. But again, officials are urging everyone to just heed the warning, specifically because you never know how quickly conditions can change. I mean, if you'll take a look, Colby, there is tons of debris that is just literally going and being carried downstream. This has been the situation that we've seen not just yesterday, but throughout the entire week that we've been up here. I mean, I was here earlier yesterday, and let me just say that we also saw, what was it called? An entire tree. You were with me, Colby. An entire tree trunk that was just being carried downstream. This was up near Gold Bar at the Skykomish River. So again, these are situations that have just changed so quickly, and officials, as you mentioned, are urging everyone to get up and go. But unfortunately, some of these neighbors, you've got a mixed bag here. Some want to stay. They say that this is nothing that concerns them. This is the territory that comes with living along not only the Skagit River, but any other of the 14 rivers across western Washington. Additionally, though, I mean, you've got those that say this right here is the worst that they've seen in years. Matt.
Boy, Allie, I wonder, you know, how does it feel to be a reporter out there talking to folks? I mean, we've got Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan in one ear telling all of us, hey, this is going to be bad. This could be record-setting. This could be worse. And people are responding like, hey, no, I've never seen it get that bad. Like, do you think they fully understand what's being predicted here? And what's your level of concern for folks?
I mean, I think it would say it's kind of frustrating because we wouldn't be out here reporting on these dire situations if officials weren't telling us, hey, this is going to get bad. We know that, you know, living here in Western Washington, we've got the rain, we've got the cold winter months, and yes, we've got potential river floods that happen every year. But you know, those very same stretches of roads, like up at Carnation, there's that one stretch of road that always floods, and folks are usually telling us, like, don't make us panic, don't tell people, you know, go out and do this, this, and this, when it may just be the usual situation that we see. But whenever you hear officials, even Governor Ferguson, saying this is going to cause loss of life, you guys need to pay attention to what your county officials are doing. There's a lot of folks that have just left their jobs to go and try to fill sandbags. So I feel like there's some mixed emotions here and some mixed reality of what people are going through. Some people are just being told, do what you feel is safe for you. Again, nobody can force you to do anything, but I mean, it's just very different for us being here. I don't think that people realize when we're here, it means something is not good. Obviously, we do like to tell good stories all the time, but then there are situations when you just have no idea what is actually going to happen there. So I think it's a mixed bag on what we're hearing and what we're seeing.
That's Fox 13 reporter Alejandra Guzman. Ali, I was about to give you promotion to meteorologist there. I'm so used to saying it today because we've been hearing from our weather team so much.
Oh, not yet, not yet. Maybe a couple more years of school. I'm not that talented, Matt.
Well, we do appreciate you bringing us these updates. Stay safe out there, okay?
Yeah, we're going to head out to Concrete, and there's a lot of other areas here in Skagit County where we know officials are warning people that flooding is already happening. So we're going to go check out those spots and probably check in with you here within the hour or so.
All right. Well, I know our viewers appreciate it. Alejandra, thank you so much. And we'll give you guys a view from what her photographer had shot just earlier today. And while you look at that, I'm going to pull up some more of these details because we were just talking about the Skagit River with Alejandra. So I want to show you guys kind of where we're at with this. We've been doing this throughout the day, kind of giving you guys an idea of why this is so important. So what I'm going to pull up next on your screen, this is a charting coming in from the National Weather Service. And if you were listening to us when Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan and Meteorologist Abby Coney were with us, they kind of gave you that rundown of where all of these rivers are going to crest. When you're talking about up there, where Allie is reporting from right now, they are going to get more of a warning time. So maybe people start heeding the advice when they see just how bad it gets. Hopefully it's not too late though. This is where we're at. Left-hand side of your screen, everything left of this line from this vertical line is what we've already seen. So in the grand scheme of things, when you hear about people saying like, hey, listen, like I've lived here for a long time, I know this, I will be fine. This is why. We have not hit major flood stage yet. But look where which direction we're heading. So everything right to this vertical line is the forecast. Moderate flood stage tonight by 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning at 4 a.m., we've now surpassed major flood stage. Continuing on down, and look at this. Sometime between Thursday 10 a.m. and Thursday at 4 p.m. So this is tomorrow afternoon. They're predicting this thing, and this is a forecast. This does change as new data comes in, but the prediction right now is that between 10 a.m. tomorrow and 4 p.m. tomorrow, they will surpass the all-time record that they've recorded on the Skagit River out near Mount Vernon of 37.4 feet. And they will keep rising all the way up until Friday at 4 a.m. in the dead of night, when they would peak at 41.5 feet tall. You are talking about surpassing that record by more than 4 feet. So any historical context people have of where that Skagit River typically is won't match up with what they're going to be seeing in the next couple of days. So that is why we are truly concerned. I believe we heard Governor Ferguson earlier at that live event at the top of the 1 o'clock hour saying lives will be at risk in the coming days. We also heard from the emergency management crew saying that they've got more than a half dozen county level emergency management teams working on all of this stuff as well. So hopefully people heed those warnings. A couple other things that we're going to be watching for here today. We are tracking concerns out in Arlington with a flood wall. We don't know what the situation is going to be, but we're scrambling a crew up there because we did hear that mention, that statewide event, and we're getting word of yet another mudslide today. We are going to take a commercial break. On the other side, we'll dig into that. I'll get you some visuals of what we're seeing now. That's coming up after the commercial break. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We are continuing our coverage of this Fox 13 Seattle Weather Alert Day. A reminder, I know we heard Meteorologist Brian McMillan put out that call asking you to submit your weather pictures or photos. We'll take this full screen. That QR code makes it really easy for you. Drop us a line, but please do so only when it is safe to do so. We do not want anybody to be harmed as you're trying to get a picture into your local TV station. But with that said, if you're in a safe place to do so and you're seeing flooding and you're like, what in the world's going on? We need to know, or more people need to understand what's happening out there. Please reach out to us. That is a way to just not only notify us of where we need to scramble our crews to, but also so we can push those out immediately and let people know how serious this situation truly is. Now, we do have some other information that is just starting to pop up into our newsroom, a couple updates that I want to give you guys, both coming in from Facebook and from Twitter. So first up here, Snohomish County Fire District number 4, reminding folks cold weather shelters, including the site on a 210 Avenue B, are open during tonight's storm. That is due to all the situations we have going on right now with this weather, with this flooding. We know people are going to be at risk, and they want to make sure people stay safe and they have an opportunity to go someplace warm. So that is one thing that we want you guys to be aware of. Simultaneously, another thing, Sumner, Washington, State Route 410 is closed in both directions at Traffic Avenue. This is going to affect people through Sumner as well. Places to keep an eye on: Stewart Road, bridge remains closed, Houston Road remains closed, Canary Way, State Street remains closed, Sumner Link Trail remains closed. They write, we know there's water in Alder at Maybell and Adel and are working on how to help there. We're filling sandbags as fast as possible to further protect the area. They also shouted out Bonnie Lake and Pierce County for sending public works operators to help. And they note, the river expected to crest today at 4 p.m. at levels similar to what we saw one day ago. So keep that in mind. All right, one other thing I want to make sure that we get a chance to show you guys. We also saw this next thing. And give us just a second here because we are tracking a number of breaking news items. So we're pulling up or creating the graphic on the fly as we speak. A reminder, this is all of the information coming in as it comes into the newsroom. This is not any polished newscast that you'll typically see. We are just going wall-to-wall coverage and bringing you updates on the news as it comes into our newsroom. And we are expecting a live interview in just a little bit with our crews out in Snohomish County. So stand by for that. In the meantime, yes, here's what I was looking for. Eastside Fire and Rescue says 3 adults with limited mobility and a dog on the Middle Fork Snoqualmie River due to their home flooding this morning around 10 a.m. Stay vigilant and call 911 if you need assistance. And I believe we have one other item, which I don't think we have the graphics for, but we are tracking, yes, a landslide on eastbound 90 between milepost 29 and 30. The good news that we can see here, they write, all occupants were able to exit their vehicles. Lanes are completely blocked, though. Again, that's eastbound 90, Eastside Fire and Rescue, tracking that right now. All right, we are getting ready to chat with Snohomish County's Emergency Management Director. While we wait for that, let's jump in and listen to one of the people that had to be evacuated from an RV park out near Ording earlier today.
Me and my wife has experienced this.
When you're looking at all of this, where your place was parked, what's going through your mind right now? What's your emotion, your reaction to this?
Right now, just, glad that we got our camper out of the way, because, that's our home, and, just looking at how fast this is running, I'm surprised it's not taking it, so this is beyond.
When did you make the decision to leave? When did you know, hey, this is dangerous, we gotta go?
So last night, about 6 o'clock is when I decided to, up and move. We woke up Tuesday morning, and it was just below our first step. So it wasn't that high. And then they were saying, our landlord was saying that it was supposed to get worse today. So yesterday morning, we started packing stuff up and getting ready, and I moved my camper right over to here to get to higher ground. And then when I left for work this morning at 4:30, and it wasn't even like this. And then about 9 o'clock, my wife texted me saying that, yeah, it's flooded again. I'm like, it wasn't like that when I left. And that's when I looked, and she sent me a picture, and I told my work, I work right here in Sumner, I told my work, I was like, look, I got to get going or else, I may not get home tonight.
No, because
so I came straight home.
Are you worried that it's going to get even higher? Do you have a place to go? I'm worried.
We don't have anywhere to go. Like, this is our only place. We don't have, any family or anybody around, so we're stuck here. So I'm hoping, where we're at is fine. But at this point, I don't know. It's just, it's played by ear at this point.
Does it concern you how fast the water is moving?
It really does, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a major concern right now. It's moving pretty good. I was out there walking around in it, to kind of get some of my stuff, situated and taken care of, and it was almost pushing me. So it's definitely a concern.
So I know that you haven't experienced anything like this in this particular spot. Have you dealt with flooding before?
No, not to this extent, not at all.
All right, so obviously concerning things out there in Pierce County, and just one of the many areas that we are going to be dealing with this potential for flooding. And I don't even really need to say the word potential anymore because we've seen the forecast. We're already seeing the flooding on the ground, and things will still get worse in some of these areas. So we want to make sure all of our viewers are getting caught up on the most important information they can possibly get. So we're going to take a short commercial break, and on the other side, we'll be joined live by the Snohomish County Department of Emergency Management. We'll get a rundown of all the work going on out there and what you need to know as they try to keep people safe. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Time right now is 2:05 in the afternoon, and boy, as we take a live look outside from our Capitol Hill camera in Seattle, you basically can no longer see anything as that rain continues to come down. I also want to show you some video up near the Snohomish River. This was taken yesterday, but as bad as this looks, we know we're heading into even more higher levels and risks of flood stage in the coming hours and days. So because of that, I wanted to bring in our Snohomish County Emergency Management Team, Lucia Schmidt, joining us now live. Lucia, first off, thanks so much for just taking the time to be with our viewers.
Thank you for helping get the word out.
So I guess the first question I wanted to kind of get to here is just where you guys are at this point in time, and what kind of warnings are you putting out there to the public? What do they need to be paying attention to?
Yeah, so our rivers are rising. They've risen a lot. All of our rivers in Snohomish County are going to continue to rise, some of them through the night and into Thursday. So there are specific areas that we are starting to notify to evacuate. EB Island is one of the areas we're particularly concerned about. We are expecting the levees along the Snohomish River to start to overtop. Most of those, that is designed overtopping, so into the agricultural lands on there, that is an intentional overtopping. It keeps the water away from homes and residences. EB Island is the levee overtopping that we are concerned about that will put homes at risk. So we are issuing an evacuation order for EB Island. And we just want folks to know that when they leave their homes, they might not be able to come home for multiple days because those floodwaters are going to stay up. We're expecting many more inches of rain through the night, all in the Cascades, and all of that water has got to make its way down through our water systems before folks in the estuary like EB Island start to see the water levels come back down.
Boy, and I know that is a concern for EB Island. I drive over near that area quite a bit. You can see how you guys have built some areas out for that water to spill over, but that's the area where you're talking about homes. How quickly are you hoping those folks can get out? And you mentioned it sounds like these people need to prepare for the long haul, correct?
Yeah, so we let them know last night that they should start preparing. And then at this point, there's only 2.5 hours till sunset, so now's the time for people to get out. We really don't want people moving more than they should when it's dark out. There will be standing water on the roads. You can't tell how deep water is on the roads, and it only takes a foot of water to float a car. So we really don't want people trying to drive on flooded roads. And that includes folks trying to get home in order to clear out. So now is the time.
That is fantastic advice too, because I think for some folks that already went to work, this is the time to tell folks, I'm going to go home, I'm going to grab what I need for a few days. Let me ask you just in particular what it's like for you all at this point in time, because I'm looking at the rivers. You have 3 separate rivers that you're really kind of monitoring and watching right now, a lot of them cresting when it's going to be super dark outside so you can't see things. What kind of challenge does that create for you guys? I imagine being stretched thin might be an understatement.
Yeah, so we are definitely looking at 24-hour staffing, and really overnight, it's our swiftwater rescue teams, our search and rescue teams, they're out there doing heroic work. And so that is why I would, put a plea out to the community. If you can move to higher ground now before the nighttime, let's not put our responders in danger. Take those steps now, find a place where you can sleep comfortably through the night without having to move. One thing that is significant about this event that's different than some of our more recent events is the flooding is not just Snohomish County. It is impacting from essentially the Canadian border down to Lewis County. And so there aren't resources that we can call on from outside to come in, and Skagit County is certainly needing to bring in extra resources. So what we've got is what we've got, and we need folks to do what they can to keep themselves and their families safe.
Boy, I hadn't even thought of that, but when you mention it, yeah, we just had a live report from one of our crews up in Skagit County, and I was looking at those charts. Like, they're talking about a river going several feet beyond what they've ever seen in their history at the same time you are. So let me kind of just back up and ask you how that traditionally works then. Usually, if you say like the Snohomish River or the Still-Squamish or whatever, if that were going to be flooding and flooding very well, or very high, you'd be able to turn to other communities. How does it typically work, and what kind of bind does that put you in the next couple of days here as you plan ahead?
Yeah, so typically, first responders are first responders because they want to help, right? So there are lots of mutual aid agreements in place. In fact, there is a statewide mutual aid agreement in place so that we can all help one another and send assets across the border if we have something and someone else needs it. And so typically with a normal rain event, maybe the counties immediately surrounding you are impacted, but you can reach further across the county. This time we're really needing to reach out to Eastern Washington to bring in teams that aren't impacted in their home jurisdiction. And so fortunately, those calls went out this morning. The state is helping coordinate those to bring in the assets from the areas that aren't impacted, but they're just having to travel a long way. And they had to, mobilize early in order to make it here before the crests come.
Would you say you have a biggest concern at this time, whether it be people not heeding advice, whether it's mudslides, whether it's, what is the thing that's keeping you awake right now?
The thing that's keeping me awake right now are, homes that get cut off and then discover too late that they can't get out when they want to. So, roads are starting to flood. And so the county has a road closure map. WashDOT has road closure maps. We're trying to get the information out there, but I'm worried about the people who think that their houses will be okay, but don't necessarily think through potential evacuation routes and what they will have to drive through to get out, and don't think through that until it's too late.
I'll be honest, I'm one of those people that I tell folks all the time, one day you think everything's so easy, and then you realize you're an adult real fast when there's very little you can do other than dial 911, and you guys are going to be stressed. So we do appreciate the work that you guys are doing. For our viewers out there that want to be of help, is there a call to action at this point in time? Anything they can be doing to make your job easier?
I think helping get the word out, helping, not everyone listens when government recommends an action, but they are more likely to recommend if a trusted friend tells them that they should get out. So if you have friends who live in the floodplain, or actually specifically folks who have lived in the floodplain for years and are comfortable with it, if you have neighbors who have recently moved into the area, reach out to them, make sure they know of the danger. I think this is the time that we all need to be looking after one another, and helping make sure that we're taking the steps we can collectively to keep our whole community safe.
And I know we're going to do our best to continue to push all of our viewers to information that you guys are putting out, but short of even going to fox13seattle.com, I'm sure you guys are putting up all your information in the county. You want to let people know how easiest to find it?
Yes, you can go to the Snohomish County Public Safety Hub. So you can Google that, Snohomish County Public Safety Hub, or you can go to bit.ly/SnoCo flooding, and you will find there all of the information about where evacuation orders are in place, or where we've sent, get ready to evacuate orders. You can find information about our Red Cross shelter that's set up at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds, as well as the cold weather shelters that are in place across the county. That's kind of the one-stop shop for all of the latest information about what's happening in the county during this incident.
Yeah, it feels like you guys are juggling so much. I didn't even remember to ask you guys about animals going places. I know you mentioned the fairground. You got people, those cold weather shelters. It seems like when it rains, it pours, quite literally. We're not trying to do the pun here, but you guys have your hands full, it seems.
Yes, we absolutely do. And those folks at the fairgrounds, they've got every animal you can think of out there, and dozens of them. So I'm sure they've got their hands full as well.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and best of luck. I know you guys are going to be very busy in the coming hours, so thanks again for taking the time to make sure our viewers are caught up.
Thank you for helping keep our community safe.
All right, we will continue our live coverage here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We're going to continue to check in with viewing areas or different parts of our viewing areas, because it is not just Snohomish County dealing with this, but you heard the level of need out there. We're going to take a short commercial break, reset, and kind of give you a rundown of more things that we're tracking for you as a newsroom. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. If you weren't with us earlier in the 1 o'clock hour, we just got pushed an alert coming in from the governor's office. Let me adjust my camera here for a second. A reminder, we are just getting you all the information that we possibly can as it comes into the newsroom. So this email coming in from Governor Ferguson's office, reminding everybody he has now declared a statewide emergency today following major flooding across Washington. The quote coming in, "I've declared a statewide emergency and I will begin requesting an expedited emergency declaration from the federal government today," adding, "We need that federal government to grant that request. This situation is extremely serious. The next few days are critical, so I want to encourage all Washingtonians to listen carefully to alerts from your county and emergency management departments. If you receive an evacuation order, please follow that order. It's critical to your safety." The number kind of shocked me earlier when we heard it, but we did hear from some of the folks with Governor Ferguson explain that Skagit County is going to be a big trouble spot. They have a little bit more time before they see the highest level of that river. They're going to be cresting almost a day after some of these other areas. Nonetheless, it is concerning enough that they said up to 75,000 people could be getting evacuation notices in the next couple of days here. So things are going to get serious very quickly. Now, Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman joined us earlier today from Skagit County. She was right near that riverbank talking to folks. She heard from one woman who said she didn't plan on going anywhere because she's always been safe. But this is record-setting stuff. She got a chance just moments ago to chat with another neighbor. I don't even know which way she's going to be heading, but want to get this out to you guys right away. So let's listen in to the latest interviews coming in from Skagit County.
I'm on the Crest because at work, I work at the courthouse, and they were saying, "Oh, you really need to go and check things out." And they put in that alert for level 2, and I was like, okay. So I did want to come here and get anything that was important out. And I just talked to a neighbor who's evacuating. She lives over in that house there.
Yeah, I think we talked to Pam, and Pam's like, "I'm not leaving it."
She's not. That was her roommate.
Yeah. And she's ready to get out.
I called her earlier today to check on her and make sure that everything was fine. And she said, no, it hasn't flooded in 100 years. I'm not going.
What about you? Have you seen it flood or?
I have not seen it come over the levee. When it's gotten high, I've gone up and like filmed it to see how high it is. I'll go and check, but I haven't done that today.
For those who maybe have never experienced this, we're hearing Marble Mound, Rockport. There's a whole bunch of other communities like Concrete, even Mount Vernon, who is expected to get very bad flooding, not just tonight, but Thursday and possibly into Friday.
Yes.
I mean,
my coworker left early because she lived in Concrete, and she said just coming in, it was bad. And so she was anxious to go home before it got worse. And then another coworker left to do help with the sandbagging and everything. He lives here in Mount Vernon, and he wanted to help.
For those who have never seen it, do you recommend them leaving, or what do you think would be the safest bet for folks right now, or your neighbors?
I wish that she would go someplace safe, just in case, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And I worry about her. But you can't make somebody do something they don't want to. And this is higher than I've ever seen it. Yeah, I was kind of shocked.
So you're leaving?
Yes.
Because you're moving?
Well, I am moving, yes, but it's still my house. So I just wanted to get important things out of there.
Anything else that you've seen other folks doing to kind of prep for the storm?
I've seen sandbagging along some of the stores and, on the walkways and everything. And like I said, a coworker left because he felt like he needed to pitch in on that. And basically we were just told to do whatever was safe for us. So that's what everybody's doing.
Perfect. Anything else you can share about the river or historic rainfall? I mean,
like I said, in the 15 years that I've lived here, this is the worst I've seen it. Yeah, so, and it's kind of exciting and kind of nerve-wracking.
All right, so that is the concern coming out of Skagit County right now. You heard just there Darcy say she is going to be one of the ones to leave. That is good news. You just heard from Snohomish County. I know they're different counties, but they're explaining they can't call on one another to come in and help because they're all going to have their hands full. They chatted a little bit about how the state is now stepping in and trying to get some of those emergency crews from the east side of the state to come over here to the west side, because typically these counties would exchange help with one another to make sure they're staying on top of all this, but that isn't something that they can do at this point in time. How serious is this? Well, serious enough that we had that live event in the 1 o'clock hour where we heard from Governor Bob Ferguson, among others, kind of walking through all the things that they're going to be doing as a newsroom. We've got a lot to get to today, and I'm going to be covering a few more things, but I'm just going to take you back out. It's been about an hour and 20 minutes since we heard from the State Emergency Operations Center out there in Camp Murray. I'm going to hand you off to Governor Bob Ferguson. This is just in the past 80 minutes, and we get a good statewide view of what the concern is right now.
Thanks to all of you for being here. We appreciate you taking time to join us today. So I just signed a statewide emergency declaration in response to the intense flooding Washington State and Washingtonians are experiencing this week. This, of course, allows us to seek federal funds to cover the cost of this response, which we anticipate will be significant. It also gives us the flexibility we need to respond quickly to keep Washingtonians safe in a fast-moving situation. Brianna does have a copy of the emergency declaration in case you need to see that or want to take photographs of that. We are, as you might imagine, in regular contact with local governments, tribal governments, and the federal government. I just finished a call, for example, with the National Weather Service. We've been in communication with FEMA Region 10 and the Army Corps of Engineers. At 2 p.m., I have a call with FEMA Region 10 to request an expedited emergency declaration from the federal government. We need the federal government to grant that request. This is critical. If granted, that emergency allows us life, safety, and emergency protective measures and additional federal resources, which will be key for us to address the extremely challenging situation that Washingtonians are facing right now. I do want to encourage all Washingtonians to listen carefully to alerts from your county emergency management departments. If you receive an evacuation order, please follow that order. This is critical for your safety. Look, the impact on Washingtonians is significant now, and it's going to be significant in the coming days, and that is an understatement. We're mindful of that, which is why we're working so hard, and you're seeing people in this room working so hard to address this situation as quickly as we can. Understand it's a challenging week for many of our state. My team understands we're putting everything we can into this situation to respond as quickly as we can. We deeply appreciate all the first responders and many others who are out there in the field helping Washingtonians as they deal with protecting their homes, their businesses, their lives, their pets, their loved ones. I'll be visiting impacted communities very soon. I'm working with the general on the right time to do that, but you'll see me out in communities as soon as that is appropriate. And again, I want to emphasize how important it is that we get this declaration from the federal government. This situation is extremely serious. The next few days are going to be very critical. You'll hear more from the folks here about specifics of what we're facing, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Major General Gent Welsh. I'm the commander of the Washington National Guard and the director of the Washington Military Department. Folks, this is a very serious situation. When you see reports of record level flooding, not only just record level flooding, but historic level flooding, it's time to pay attention. There are going to be some serious impacts to communities around this state in the next 24 to 48 hours. Your Washington National Guard, thank you again for your leadership, Governor. Thank you for signing that emergency declaration. That allows us to get moving. So by the end of tonight, when the sun goes down, you will have over 100 Washington National Guard members surge to help local communities. And by the end of the day tomorrow, you'll have over 300 ready to go, to include some of our best aviators and some of our best folks that really specialize in these types of rescues and public assistance. Governor, we're ready to help Washington. This is what we do best. This is the time that the National Guard really steps up and helps our community. And with that, Director Robert Azell.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. And as Governor Ferguson and General Welsh has emphasized, we're dealing with a very dangerous, complex, and rapidly evolving situation. As you can see, our State Emergency Operations Center, we're working very closely with our county and tribal partners to quickly request to any or to respond to any of their requests for assistance, and we're going to be here until this event is over. We're staffing 24/7 for the next few days to help out. We have people in this room from across state government, other state agencies, anybody who can lend a capability that would help our local partners. We anticipate the heavy rain that we've been experiencing for the last couple of days to continue and even increase in the afternoon and evening hours tonight and continue into the night. And so this atmospheric river event is far from done, and we're receiving signals that it's going to be wet next week as well. So anticipate that this situation is going to continue over the next number of days. What we're seeing is multiple rivers all the way from the border with Canada down to southwestern Washington are currently at moderate to major flood stage levels, and we're going to just see those levels increase as we go into tomorrow and Friday. Landslide risks are elevated statewide and will continue to be that way because of the saturated soils, and then we're expecting a number of rivers to reach or exceed record flood levels. Chief of these is the Skagit River, and we see that the 1990 record is probably going to be exceeded by about 4 feet upriver, and in the Mount Vernon, Arlington area by at least a foot. So what that means is, and what we're hearing from the county, is they're preparing to evacuate 75,000 people who are living in the low-lying areas. They've already put out alerting orders to evacuate, and we could anticipate go-now orders coming as early as this evening. We anticipate levees, not just on the Skagit River, but on many others being overtopped. And we're hearing reports that the flood wall down in Arlington could be overtopped. But it's not just the Skagit River that we're concerned about. We're seeing significant impacts along the Cowlitz River. Highway 12 is underwater in a number of areas. The town of Randall's currently cut off. We see parts of Packwood cut off, and we're seeing that situation on a number of rivers across the state and even on the east side of the Cascades. In Pierce County, right here, just a little bit east of where we are, we see go-now orders already being issued for areas in Ording. And so, again, it's just a complex, evolving situation, and it's not just confined to a couple of river valleys. It's pretty much prevalent across western Washington. Our local governments are fully engaged. We have more than a dozen local emergency operations centers activated. Many counties have issued disaster declarations, and we're seeing sheltering operations in a number of the hardest hit counties. Again.
All right, so that gives you a good idea of what we are dealing with on the ground at this point in time. That emergency declaration from Governor Bob Ferguson, the concern about folks that aren't, listening to first responders. They're saying, hey, listen, we got to get those evacuation orders. We got to get out because you're stretched so thin. Will these first responders be able to go back to all these places that lives are going to be at risk in the coming days? We're going to take a short commercial break. I'll leave you with this live image of what it looks like in Seattle right now. Our Capitol Hill camera, you could barely see off in the distance. When we come back, we're going to dig into what exactly we're dealing with here. What is an atmospheric river? Why are we seeing these conditions? We'll have more on that after the commercial break. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Remember, we are in that weather alert day, and we've been checking in with our reporters, with some of the folks with emergency departments. It is going to continue to get worse for many portions of our viewing area. That is just the warning that we want to keep putting out there, and we're going to be here with you guys through it all. But before we see the worst of the worst, I do kind of want to just dig into what exactly we're seeing out there. So obviously this is an atmospheric river, but what in the world does that mean? How do we get to what we're seeing right now? Meteorologist Shel Winkley from Climate Central joining me right now live. Shel, first off, thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and I hope that you're staying dry the best that you can in all this mess.
Yeah, I'm staying dry at this point, but I tell you what, our reporters are doing the real work out there in the field, trying to track this and hopefully nudging some folks to evacuate. But, Shel, we so often hear from Climate Central, or at least I do, when these events start happening, because you guys kind of can dig into the background of what the setup is, what's going on. So for the first question, the million-dollar question, what in the world is an atmospheric river? What are we seeing here?
Yeah, so this is it's not uncommon, especially at this time of the year, especially where you are. Like, an atmospheric river is essentially a big ribbon of moisture that's moving through the atmosphere. You might have heard it, back a couple decades ago, there was the movie Pineapple Express, right? Like, it gets the name from the atmospheric river. So it's this big trail of tropical moisture that runs through the Pacific to the West Coast. And I should also say it's not specific to the West Coast. We see these globally around the world, but for the United States, that's how it's impacted. Usually these are a couple 100 miles long, as well as wide. This one, though, is pretty significant, not just in terms of the rain that you're experiencing and the flooding you're experiencing, but the length of it. It's it's up to about 1,000 miles or so. So the length in terms of the size of it versus the duration of it, that's pretty significant in terms of this atmospheric river event.
Well, and you guys do such a good job of helping us with these graphics and breaking this down. I see this one, it kind of gives us a rundown of what they do. And I think the part we're seeing right here in the middle, we're in the thick of this, the cause flooding and other hazards because of just how much it's raining. But you guys have done the science behind this to kind of explain how these things are starting to happen more or differently than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and again, I want to point out, this is a very natural weather event, a natural weather phenomenon. This atmospheric river was going to happen regardless at this time of the year. Like, this was going to create rain. But there's a couple things that we know, one of which is that a warmer atmosphere due to climate change, us putting heat trapping pollution into the atmosphere, has warmed the earth. And a warmer atmosphere is what I like to say is a greedier atmosphere. It's basic physics that for every 1 degree Fahrenheit of warming, the atmosphere can hold on to about 4% more moisture. So the way to think of that in your mind is think about it like a sponge, just the sponge has gotten bigger and its ability to absorb has gotten bigger. So it holds that moisture. And then when a weather phenomena or system comes along like this atmospheric river, that can trigger more of the rain. So again, this was going to be a rain event, but with climate change, we understand that these rain events are becoming a little more extreme and that we can produce a little more rain on top of what would have been produced otherwise.
Yeah, I kind of chatted with folks here locally, and I always say, the rain almost even feels different than when I first moved out here. I used to always tell people it was like rain in Seattle wasn't rain like I grew up with in the Midwest. It was like a little spritz, and all of a sudden that really truly has changed. The intensity, and it's not just a feeling. You guys have done the work showing the average rainfall or the intensity, the amount we see per hour. We're seeing changes there.
Yeah, we've been able to pull data from the National Weather Service, from NOAA, and really understand the trends. So for there in Seattle, there's been just since 1970, so just the past couple of decades, we've experienced about a 6% increase in rainfall rates. So essentially what that means is our heaviest rainfall days, our heaviest rainfall events, like what you're experiencing right now, they have the tendency, not every time, but like we're experiencing now, they have the tendency to be just a little heavier. This atmospheric river is maybe just a little more extreme, a little more rainfall than an atmospheric river that, say, our parents or our grandparents would have experienced. So that's part of that atmosphere being able to hold more moisture. When you have all that moisture in place, once it's unlocked, it can come down faster, it can be heavier, and like you were talking about, it can create the flooding like you're seeing here today.
Well, and Shell, one of the things that just kind of blows my mind is I start thinking about, you're talking about small percentages, but big impacts, because we're talking about loss and damage. I mean, today we're truly concerned about the next couple days here in the Pacific Northwest about the loss of life. But on top of that, we're talking about lives being upended. Flooding can be a major impact on folks.
Yeah, some days it's an inconvenience, right? You get a little bit of nuisance flooding and you can't quite make it the same route you would. The rain that we're experiencing now, when we experience these heavier rainfall extremes, and this is something that's happened so many times over in 2025. If you remember the flooding in Texas, if you remember the flooding in Chicago over the summer. So when you get these heavier rainfall, there's two things at play here. One is that our infrastructure that we have in place wasn't made for this kind of rain. We weren't looking ahead to say, okay, well, how can these rainfall patterns or how can the rainfall rates change? So that can overwhelm even our best systems to get water off of roads and out of our cities. Two, you live in the Pacific Northwest for a lot of us because it's idyllic. It's because of the landscape. It's because of the way that nature is around us. But when you get rainfall like this, it has to go somewhere. And so when you get even heavier rain than what was normal for an area, you start to see the rivers and the creeks and just, the natural ways we move water, those get overwhelmed. And then that causes the flooding, the damages, the dangers that we're experiencing.
What would you say your biggest concern is at this point? Because we're seeing the data, but we just don't always see the action.
Yeah, so, one thing that we understand about climate change is that the way that we experience them is through extreme weather, be it like what you're seeing today or what you scroll on your phone as you're going through whatever social platform that you're looking at. The weather events that we're experiencing today, we're taking a very natural weather phenomena and we've turned it slightly unnatural. So the extreme weather that we've used to experience, that we built our cities on, that we have memories of and know how to react to, those are now a little different. They're a little more extreme and they're a little more unnatural. And so again, our cities aren't quite built up for that. We don't quite know how to deal with something that we maybe haven't experienced before. And so that's the big part of climate change. It really intersects with how we live our everyday lives. And unfortunately, sometimes it really intersects with our health and our safety. And so that's why it's so important to understand how we as humans have altered the climate, altered the Earth's temperatures that in turn make this weather more extreme. We need to understand that, but we also need to understand what it looks like for the future. How do we mitigate that? But then also how do we ready ourselves for these more extreme events as we know that they will continue to come?
I'm sure that you all get questions just in your everyday life, but when you have these major natural disasters taking place, what kind of questions are folks asking you about the most? Because this is kind of a launching pad for people to better understand what's happening around them.
Yeah, and I always say, the first solution to climate change is what we're doing today. It's conversation, it's communication, it's using this data that we showed you to really help inform these conversations. And I think that's really always the question, like, is this climate change? And again, I want to point out that this would have been a rain event. This would have been a heavy rain event. But again, climate change is the last, but why? Why is it so different this time? Why does it feel not like the rain events that I remember from just a couple years ago, like you mentioned? So it's helpful to put it into context because we understand that while a hurricane is going to hurricane, an atmospheric river is going to create a lot of rainfall. It's helpful that we understand that last piece, that as humans, we've made these events a little more extreme and a little more dangerous.
Any parting words or thoughts that you kind of want our viewers to be drilling down on and thinking about? I know probably first one, stay safe, but once they're to safety, what do you want them to be thinking about with this?
Yeah, I think about, the future. This isn't a Pacific Northwest that maybe, again, I mentioned like past generations, parents, grandparents. What do we want a Pacific Northwest that we gift to the next generation and the one after that to look like? So right now it's cold, it's rainy, it's really hard to picture what extreme, how a warming atmosphere is really playing into this. But we really need to get to the causes. It's putting carbon pollution into the atmosphere by burning coal, oil, and methane gas. How do we change this course? How do we bring that pollution back down? How do we kind of get back to the more typical climate? And then what can we do? What can we do in the communities to help mitigate the rainwater when it does come this fast? And then what can we do going into the future to make sure that we leave a Seattle, leave a Pacific Northwest in a safe place that we can live for future generations?
Well, Shell, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, I will say it, stay safe, stay dry, and do what you can.
All right. That is Shell Winkley with Climate Central. We appreciate them kind of walking us through, giving us a better idea of what it is that we're dealing with. We hear it so often, but the actual granular detail of why we're seeing what we're doing or what we're seeing is truly important. And as you heard, we're going to be having a lot more conversations, it sounds like, in the days ahead with folks, because this is the type of thing, natural disasters, we could call that this now, because we're seeing homes flooded, evacuations being launched, and more of that still on the horizon. We'll continue with more live coverage here at the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom with more Fox Local Live Desk coming up after the commercial break. All right, welcome back into the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. I'm Matthew Smith, once again joining you from the Fox Local Live Desk. We are bringing you coverage about the weather situation that we're dealing with as this information continues to come into our newsroom. You are looking right now at a live feed coming in from Schaefer State Park Bridge. This gives you a good idea. We talk so much about these larger rivers, but we have forks and smaller creeks coming off of all these rivers that are also going to be dealing with flooding, and you do have concerns about a number of roadways. A reminder, we do have a live blog active on the Fox 13 Seattle website that can kind of help you work through a lot of these changes that we're going to be seeing throughout the day, and there aren't a lot of them. I know, doing my best to cover all the different counties. As soon as we get details coming in from all of our reporters, we're pushing them out to you, but I know we're kind of just hopping around different parts of our viewing area. The big picture is we are going to be seeing flooding in a number of counties, and if you didn't hear that live interview we did with Snohomish County, it really is worth paying attention to regardless of what county you live in, because the big thing we heard from the emergency management director is there is no help from your immediate friends to the north or south like you typically would see when you have these major flooding events, because this is so widespread across the Sound that we're going to be seeing this, that those mutual aid agreements, sure, they will be there for those emergencies, but at the same time, they're dealing with emergencies in their own backyards, and they are going to be stretched thin. They're calling people in from the east side, coming in across the state to get help, because they're going to have swift water rescue teams out, they're going to have people door knocking, they're going to have people blocking off roads, they're going to have people sandbagging in some areas, and we haven't even hit the worst with flood stages in a lot of our large rivers in the viewing area. So keep that in mind. Now, here's one that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet today, and I did want to get to this because this is in the city of Pacific. So you have the update here, and I will just read this for you. It says, we'll take it full for you too, just to make it easier. December 2025 flood update from Mayor Cave. Officially declared an emergency for the city at 8 p.m. last night. Emergency Operations Center opened this morning at 6 a.m. There's a warming station opened at the Pacific Senior Center. That's 103rd Ave Southeast. Coffee, snacks, community closing time to be determined. Volunteers are needed for 6 to 10 people that can fill sandbags, and they said if you can do that, if you're an able-bodied individual, report to Public Works. That's 224 County Line Southwest Road. Closures for Stewart Bridge, just east of Butte Bridge, closed at 7 p.m. And they don't know when they're going to be reopening that as well. So you know it is a concern when they're basically putting out a call to the public saying, listen, if you're able, please come down here and help us out. Now, just an idea of what flooding conditions they're going to be dealing with that down there. This is expected, or they're calling it a 250-year event. So what exactly does that look like? Let me pull up some of these mapping situations that they shared on their Facebook page. And I'll let you know, I did just email the mayor asking if they'll be able to join us. So this is the city of Pacific. This isn't far from Sumner. And I'll show you guys what we've got on the screen here. Kind of gives you an idea of the areas that they're worried about with that flooding. But let me just read you the note that I got about this. The City of Pacific is sharing news of what has the potential to be a 250-year event, record flood conditions because the basin is saturated, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers must release increased flows from the Mud Mountain Dam to the White River over the next 48 hours, with outflows expected to reach 13,000 CFS. This event is projected to be similar or likely more impactful than our 2009 flood event. At a minimum, affected residents, homes within 1,000 feet of any river or tributary need to be prepared to evacuate, and should the city declare an official emergency, which they've since done, get out. Have a bag of essentials ready, have a plan for pets and children, or make alternative sleeping arrangements for the next few days. More preparation info is available on the Red Cross website. They are going to be continuing to monitor, but a reminder, if you're out there in the Pacific area, they can't monitor that website or that page. So that is kind of what they're dealing with right now. Meanwhile, I see we've got some images coming into the newsroom. Our producer just handed me this. Skykomish River run amok. You can see that video. I'll take this full so you have a better look at what I'm seeing on your screen. But that is somebody shooting what looks like from their deck. looking down and just a lot of stuff kind of floating through. Anna Schaefer from North Bend putting out there large trees in river in North Bend. Yeah, look over there to the left. I know it's a little vertical video and it's sometimes kind of hard to see, but that thing is just flying down. And when you see logs moving at that speed, that's why we're so concerned about people that get too close to the water. It's not just the flooding, but anybody that's, looky-loos going out there and looking. If it can project a giant log that fast, you can get swept away quite easily. All right, Gavin Barnes sending this in from Bonnie Lake. McCutcheon Road in Bonnie Lake, he writes, and you can see the road is covered in water. The good news is it doesn't look like that's so deep that it's going to cause any damage or float anybody away, but if we get much deeper, that's when they're going to start saying turn around, don't drown, because remember, you can't always judge how deep that water is going to be. You don't know if there's a piece of that road that could get washed away and all of a sudden you're stuck in something that's fast moving, but looks like he's got a large pickup truck. I'm not scolding you, man. I'm just letting our other viewers know that they might not be as lucky, especially if you're in a low-profile vehicle. Monica Larson from Falls City sending this in. It says, downtown Falls City an hour ago, huge trees and debris in the flow. By the way, I do appreciate all of you sending in videos and pictures. That QR code in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you can just pull out your phone and that will take you directly to us. It'll give you a chance to send us in your images. See, it says right there, submit your weather pictures or videos. You pull out your phone, open up the camera app, zap that, it'll take you directly to our website and give you a chance to kind of push that information out to us. We do appreciate it. I will say, just to be the den mother in the room, please, if you are taking photos or video, do so in a safe manner. It goes without saying, we are concerned about folks. We don't want anybody getting injured on our behalf. We want the pictures, we want the views. It does actually help us alert our staff because we have lots of crews. I know we've already heard some of Frankie Thompson's reporting. She's out right now in Pierce County. And we've also heard from Alejandra Guzman. She is out there in Skagit County, and we do have photographers kind of roving and jumping in and showing us various spots. So these pictures and videos let us know areas that we need to get to. We even had an email, somebody earlier today said that we needed to get out to EB Island. This came in from a viewer named Dave who said, haven't noticed any news coverage on EB Island and Homemakers Road. Search and Rescue's been out here all morning warning residents about the impending dike failure. And cattle, horses, vehicles, and possessions have been moving out of here for a day. We were inside the dike all the way to Snohomish. If we have 8 to 10 feet deep where we live, they started to move heavy equipment and rock and all mornings to battle nature. Dave and Wendy, we did appreciate that. We actually shot somebody up your guys' way so we can get some images in. We'll have that out to you guys a little bit later in our show when our crew arrives on the ground. But I will note, we did get a chance to talk with the Snohomish County emergency manager, and she was walking us through what we needed to be aware of. And again, the big concern right now, what they are going to see in the next couple of days is going to be very challenging. It's going to stretch them thin, and it's one of the reasons that they're saying evacuate if you can. And EB Island, that spot that Dave just warned us about, that is one of those areas that they are worried homes will go underwater if we see the currently anticipated forecast from the National Weather Service. We'll dive into some of that and I'll show you where that's looking. But for now, we're going to take a short commercial break, and on the other side, we'll talk a little bit more about Snohomish, and we'll actually let you listen to our interview with the emergency manager in full to kind of give you an idea of what we're dealing with. It covers a lot of Snohomish County, but I think it's very important for viewers of all of our area to hear what she has to say, because it's really helpful in kind of understanding the challenges that all of these counties are going to be facing as we move forward. We'll dig into that after the commercial break. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Once again, joining you here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. I'm Matthew Smith. Now, we do have our entire crew out there working right now to get you guys coverage pulled together at 4 o'clock. We're going to kind of blow out our traditional format, and you are going to see a lot of live coverage where we talk about all things going on for all of our viewers. Right now, though, we just kind of want to dig in, and we're kind of bouncing around thing to thing as we get details coming into our newsroom. Now, my producer, Austin, just popped in my ear and said that we saw a variety of photos pop in the past few minutes here. Hey, thank you guys for watching, and thank you for sending us along this information. This is coming in as we talk, no scripts, unscripted. We are just here bringing you the news and the details as it comes in. So we do appreciate our viewers who kind of help us get an idea of what you're seeing in your own backyards. Chris from Maple Valley, river waters rising dangerously close to nearby homes. Now at stage 4, this particular property has been spared by past major floods. And a reminder, Chris notes past floods. We are expecting to see this one even higher. And I think Chris brings up a really good point there when he says, hey, past floods, because we are expecting this to be worse in many areas than we've seen. A lot of places could set records when we're talking about rivers, and we'll dig into that in just a moment here when we talk about the Snohomish River with you here. But Wyatt from Carnation posting photos of Carnation farms in the Snoqualmie River, and you can see the guardrail there. It looks like he's getting ready to cross the bridge, and look how high the water is. Obviously, that's going to be a concern. And here's another one from Wyatt. You can see where that river is super high, and looking off in the distance, those trees that basically, if you didn't know better, you might think the river typically flowed through there, but no, this has obviously spilled the banks of the Snoqualmie River, and we're starting to see a concern. We got 3 more photos coming in from some of our viewers. That includes this one from Glenda, part of High Cedars Golf Course taken over by Puyallup. Boy, this is kind of crazy to see the golf course completely covered. Important too, Glenda. We do appreciate you, because my producer I just mentioned, Austin, who tells me that's his home course. So we'll let him know he won't be golfing anytime soon out there. And then this is from Ashley in North Bend. This is from Mount Si Road in North Bend around 1:30. Boy, I mean, if you're familiar with these areas, it really does help kind of reset and give you an idea of how different this looks compared to what we're used to seeing. This is just a very different look than what we're used to. And here's one from Harry in Seattle, getting some views of Snoqualmie downtown. And just looking off in the distance, you don't even see the riverbank anymore. This is just the Snoqualmie raging at this point in time. Now, on that note, I do want to remind you guys, you can submit your weather pictures and videos online. Pull out your phone. I'll actually take this full screen so that QR code is a little bit bigger for you. Please zap that. Let us know where you are, as long as it's safe to do so. We're asking you to take those pictures and photos and send them in to us. This helps us kind of pull our coverage together and know where we need to be directing our resources to. You're really giving us a heads up on these things, and we appreciate it, because it makes life a little bit easier, so we know where to send all those crews out in the field. We have them spread out very far, so we can't have eyes on everywhere, and sometimes, you know, you're talking with all these people and you don't get a chance to go from thing to thing to thing. You know, somebody just mentioned the Snoqualmie River. I want to, pushing the buttons over here too. I want to give you guys a look at the Snoqualmie, because I don't think we've talked about that one in several hours. So this is another one that we're going to see Thursday night. So 10 o'clock Thursday night, it's going to peak. Let me share my screen with you. If you've been with us for a long time today, I'll give you the same rundown I've been given all day. Vertical dotted line. Everything to the left is what we've seen so far. Everything to the right is our current forecast from the National Weather Service. Look at where they're expecting this thing to go. Major flood stage, 58 feet. Anything above that, bad news bears. All right, we are in moderate flood stage right now, around 57 feet. The all-time record, this horizontal line, 62 feet. So the prediction is that we're going to enter major flood stage sometime between now and 10 o'clock. that's when it jumps into that 58 feet tall and above. That is obviously going to cause concern. And then we start seeing this thing continue to climb up. Thursday, 4 a.m., all of a sudden you're at 60 feet. And you keep climbing up, 10 a.m., 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is one of those spots that's going to be peaking late at night Thursday. And I know I sound like a broken record, but when we talk about historic, this isn't going to be a record if the prediction holds for Snoqualmie River out near Carnation. But you're not going to be far off it. You're just going to be about a foot and a half off of the all-time record in that area. Flood stage starts at 54 feet. They're predicting this gets up to 60 foot, close to 61 foot. You're talking 6+ feet beyond flood stage in Carnation. And just a recap of some other areas that we've been monitoring for you today, we do have a crew heading out to Arlington. We had heard about concerns about the flood wall in that area. We obviously are monitoring Sumner because you actually have that regional stormwater or wastewater treatment facility smack dab between two rivers. They put up an emergency wall trying to keep water out there. And then, of course, we're also monitoring pretty heavily what's going to be happening in Skagit County. Skagit County is a little bit different. They're going to see the worst of this a little further out than others. But I want to jump back in now to the Snohomish River because this is another one of those rivers that is worth walking through because it is going to be seeing some intense numbers. And we have already heard concerns from people. We were just talking about EB Island not that long ago. And the evacuations that are taking place there. Again, vertical line, dotted line, everything to the left. This is what we've seen already. So on Tuesday afternoon, this thing was getting pretty rough. It was in moderate flood stage. Well, let's look ahead to what happened. It starts dipping, but now we're picking back up as we're in the middle of that second wave of this atmospheric river. And look what happens. So this dotted line, vertical, everything to the right of it is what's forecast. And look what it's expecting to do. All-time record, 33.5 feet tall. We're going to be teasing that starting around Thursday at 9 a.m. all the way through until Friday at 5. So not only is this way beyond the stage needed for major flood stage, which starts at 29 feet, we're talking 33.5 feet, teasing that number. We're going to be teasing that number for basically 24 hours. And that's one of 3 rivers that are expected to have major flooding in Snohomish County. It is why they are really stressed about what we're seeing. They're preparing. They're getting ready. They're trying to do everything they can. They want you to help out with getting involved and listening in and doing whatever you can. And when I say whatever you can, that means getting on the phone and calling your neighbors. If it's an area that you've lived in a while and you know this is going to be bad compared to past, call them, let them know. Tell them to evacuate if they get those orders. Because we've heard from people already today in some places, including Skagit County, that said, yeah, historically this area doesn't flood. I'm staying. Like, that's not going to be safe for some folks. We'll get into that here with this conversation. We are seeing more viewer videos come in. We will check in with those in just a little bit. So thank you if you're sending those. More of those coming in your way in just a little bit. So shout out to our viewers sending those in. But right now, I want to jump back in with this conversation we had a short time ago with Snohomish County Emergency Management.
So our rivers are rising. They've risen a lot. All of our rivers in Snohomish County are going to continue to rise, some of them through the night and into Thursday. So there are specific areas that we are starting to notify to evacuate. EB Island is one of the areas we're particularly concerned about. We are expecting the levees along the Snohomish River to start to overtop. Most of those, that is designed overtopping, so into the marsh, into the agricultural lands on there. That is an intentional overtopping. It keeps the water away from homes and residences. EB Island is the levee overtopping that we are concerned about. That will put homes at risk. So we are issuing an evacuation order for EB Island. And we just want folks to know that when they leave their homes, they might not be able to come home for multiple days because those floodwaters are going to stay up. We're expecting many more inches of rain through the night, all in the Cascades, and all of that water has got to make its way down through our water systems before folks in the estuary like EB Island start to see the water levels come back down.
Boy, and I know that that is a concern for EB Island. I drive over near that area quite a bit. You can see how you guys have built some areas out for that water to spill over, but that's the area where you're talking about homes. How quickly are you hoping those folks can get out? And you mentioned it sounds like these people need to prepare for the long haul, correct?
Yeah, so we let them know last night that they should start preparing. And then at this point, there's only 2.5 hours till sunset. So now's the time for people to get out. We really don't want people trying to moving more than they should when it's dark out. There will be standing water on the roads. You can't tell how deep water is on the roads, and it only takes a foot of water to float a car. So we really don't want people trying to drive on flooded roads. And that includes folks trying to get home in order to clear out. So now is the time.
That is fantastic advice too, because I think for some folks that already went to work, this is the time to tell folks, I'm going to go home, I'm going to grab what I need for a few days. Let me ask you just in particular what it's like for you all at this point in time, because I'm looking at the rivers. You have 3 separate rivers that you're really kind of monitoring and watching right now. A lot of them cresting when it's going to be super dark outside, so you can't see things. What kind of challenge does that create for you guys? I imagine being stretched thin might be an understatement.
Yeah, so we are definitely looking at a 24-hour staffing, and really overnight, it's our swiftwater rescue teams, our search and rescue teams, they're out there doing heroic work. And so that is why I would, put a plea out to the community. If you can move to higher ground now before the nighttime, let's not put our responders in danger. Take those steps now, find a place where you can sleep comfortably through the night without having to move. One thing that is significant about this event that's different than some of our more recent events is the flooding is not just Snohomish County. It is impacting from essentially the Canadian border down to Lewis County. And so there aren't resources that we can call on from outside to come in, and Skagit County is certainly needing to bring in extra resources. So what we've got is what we've got. And we need folks to do what they can to keep themselves and their families safe.
Boy, I hadn't even thought of that, but when you mention it, yeah, we just had a live report from one of our crews up in Skagit County, and I was looking at those charts, like they're talking about a river going several feet beyond what they've ever seen in their history at the same time you are. So let me kind of just back up and ask you how that traditionally works then. Usually, if you say like the Snohomish River, the Still-Squamish or whatever, if that were going to be flooding and flooding very well or very high, you'd be able to turn to other communities. How does it typically work, and what kind of bind does that put you in the next couple of days here as you plan ahead?
Yeah, so typically, first responders are first responders because they want to help, right? So there are lots of mutual aid agreements in place. In fact, there is a statewide mutual aid agreement in place so that we can all help one another and send assets across the border if we have something and someone else needs it. And so typically with a normal rain event, maybe the counties immediately surrounding you are impacted, but you can reach further across the county. This time we're really needing to reach out to Eastern Washington to bring in teams that aren't impacted in their home jurisdiction. And so fortunately, those calls went out this morning. The state is helping coordinate those to bring in the assets from the areas that aren't impacted, but they're just having to travel a long way. And they had to mobilize early in order to make it here before the crests come.
Would you say you have a biggest concern at this time, whether it be people not heeding advice, whether it's mudslides, whether it's, what is the thing that's keeping you awake right now?
The thing that's keeping me awake right now are, homes that get cut off and then discover too late that they can't get out when they want to. So, roads are starting to flood. And so the county has a road closure map. WashDOT has road closure maps. We're trying to get the information out there, but I'm worried about the people who think that their houses will be okay, but don't necessarily think through potential evacuation routes and what they will have to drive through to get out, and don't think through that until it's too late.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm one of those people that I tell folks all the time. One day, you think everything's so easy, and then you realize you're an adult real fast when there's very little you can do other than dial 911, and you guys are going to be stressed. So we do appreciate the work that you guys are doing. For our viewers out there that want to be of help, is there a call to action at this point in time? Anything they can be doing to make your job easier?
I think helping get the word out, helping, not everyone listens when government recommends an action, but they are more likely to recommend if a trusted friend tells them that that they should get out. So if you have friends who live in the floodplain, or actually specifically folks who have lived in the floodplain for years and are comfortable with it, if you have neighbors who have recently moved into the area, reach out to them, make sure they know of the danger. I think this is the time that we all need to be looking after one another and helping make sure that we're taking the steps we can collectively to keep our whole community safe.
And I know we're going to do our best to continue to push all of our viewers to information that you guys are putting out. But short of even going to fox13seattle.com, I'm sure you guys are putting up all your information in the county. You want to let people know how easiest to find it?
Yes, you can go to the Snohomish County Public Safety Hub. So you can Google that, Snohomish County Public Safety Hub, or you can go to bit.ly/Snowco flooding, and you will find there all of the information about where evacuation orders are in place, or where we've sent, get ready to evacuate orders. You can find information about our Red Cross shelter that's set up at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds, as well as the cold weather shelters that are in place across the county. That's kind of the one-stop shop for all of the latest information about what's happening in the county during this incident.
Yeah, it feels like you guys are juggling so much. I didn't even remember to ask you guys about animals going places. I know you mentioned the fairground. You got people, those cold weather shelters. It seems like when it rains, it pours, quite literally. We're not trying to do the pun here, but you guys have your hands full, it seems.
Yes, we absolutely do. And those folks at the fairgrounds, I mean, they've got every animal you can think of out there, and dozens of them. So I'm sure they've got their hands full as well.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and best of luck. I know you guys are going to be very busy in the coming hours, so thanks again for taking the time to make sure our viewers are caught up.
Thank you for helping keep our community safe.
All right, we will. All right, so that was our interview that we did with the emergency manager crew just a short while ago. I want to jump into Fox Weather right now because they're talking about this particular event that we're seeing. Let's jump into their coverage live now.
Rivers are going to reach that major flood stage. And when you say major, at times that may not give it enough kind of impact and not enough emphasis. Look at this, Snoqualmie River. If it reaches 60 feet, entire river basin completely floods, deep water from Fall City to Duval. Notice this, it's expected to crest over 60 feet. So we're not talking about roads that are going to be maybe inaccessible. We're talking about the entire river basin under deep water. This is a very serious threat, why there's ongoing evacuations going on. And notice the latency factor. It's not when it's actively raining when all this is going to happen. It's when the raging water leaves the mound and comes down into the rivers. Notice that there's still several more inches of rain to go. Then that energy moves to the east. We get into the plains. The winter weather alerts are already in place. When you look at it on radar, it does not look like much. It really comes into fruition Thursday and Friday. There is that limited ice threat. We'll be watching that as well. That dives down into the Ohio Valley region. And then we talk about...
All right, so that gives you an idea of kind of the national coverage that we're seeing. Wanted to just dip into that because they've got their meteorologist kind of walking ourselves through this. They actually have been dipping into our coverage, or I'm told that they will throughout the day, so that gives you a good idea of where they're looking at. It's a national show, and they're very concerned and want to bring in details about what's going on in our backyard. That is never a good situation when your natural disaster is making national headlines. So we will, of course, continue to cover this. We are pushing ahead to the 4 o'clock hour where we will kick off our live coverage upstairs in our studio. So stay tuned for that. When we come back, we're going to jump back in with a number of viewer videos and images that just started to pop up into our newsroom. Again, if you're watching us, whether it's on Fox 13 Plus, our FAST channels, the Fox Local app or the YouTube page. We appreciate you guys being a part of our news collection today, but I'm going to continue to remind you guys, stay safe if you're doing that, because we don't want to be the reason anybody is harmed. We're going to leave you with a view from our Capitol Hill camera, or a lack thereof at this point, and we will jump back in on the other side of this break with what you guys are seeing on the ground. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Got that live view for you out at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Our camera is shaking. That is, of course, going to be a concern because with all this ground saturated, with all these concerns, that's when you start seeing the other things. It's not just going to be flooding that we're going to be covering the next couple days. We're going to be talking about down trees, which means down power lines, which means power outages. We're also going to be talking about mudslides. We saw one of those earlier today on I-90. Luckily, no one was hurt in that incident, but not even the first one we've seen this week. So remember, we are going to be seeing these rivers continue to come up, and we are still seeing that rain out there, and it is going to get worse before it gets better. Let me share with you one of the images that we're seeing. The Capitol Hill camera. Remember, this is round 2 of this atmospheric river. So we've been getting some of those videos and photos coming in from our viewers. This one coming in from Bonnie Lake near Ording Highway by a Christian school. You can see somebody driving by and a good view of that river there. Again, be safe behind the wheel there. William from Sumner says, here in Sumner, Riverwalk condos, you can see a second picture here where he zoomed in a little bit more. Hard to see here. Let me pop this up full screen so you get a better view. It looks like something big is floating down the river there. Boy, William also shared with us this. It looks like some folks putting some sandbags up and some tarps trying to protect their homes. You can see folks trying to do everything they can. You got that caution tape up there in the foreground, and the water, I mean, it's a picture, but even with this picture, you can see just how quickly that water is truly moving. All right, Jennifer from Gold Bar saying the Skykomish River in Gold Bar, and shared with us this video. You can see it off in the distance behind the railroad tracks. Again, that is muddy, brown, fast-moving water, and the Skykomish is one of the many rivers we are expected to see. You know, while we talk about the Skykomish, let me, before we continue on with these pictures, I know we've got quite a few to get through here, but I want to show you, because we haven't talked about the Skykomish too terribly much in the past few minutes here. So what I want to do, we're going to jump back into these pictures, including some coming in from North Bend, but when we get those pictures, it reminds me we haven't talked too much about Skykomish. You all are in one of the better spots, and when I say better, not great so far, but you're gonna get better fast. So remember, we've been talking about this throughout the day. This vertical line is the breaking point between what we've already seen on the left-hand side to what we're forecast. Now, the bad news, your all-time record's 24.5 feet in this area for recorded history on the Skykomish River near Gold Bar, and you guys are right around that right now at about 24 feet, is right about where you guys are at. So you are peaking right now. So if you're near the Skykomish River, things are going to start improving, and while it's improvement, it's going to take a while until you drop out of that major flood stage. This is why when we talk to those emergency crews, they mention when you evacuate, get things to kind of hold yourself over for a while. Look at how long this takes. So you're right around that all-time record. You're in major flood stage, but that stays in major flood stage until it drops below 19 feet. Well, we are right now, what, Wednesday, 3:25. We're going to go 4 p.m., still high, 10 p.m., still major, 4 a.m. tomorrow, still in major flood stage, 10 a.m. tomorrow, still there, and you're just about to drop out tomorrow around this time. So for the next 24 hours, if you're in your Gold Bar, this is the concern. Now, the dropping of that water level is very important because they've got dikes and levees that protect a number of homes. So the real concern there is, do they hold out long enough that they don't break through and flood all those homes near the Skykomish River? So we have more viewer videos and pictures. We are going to jump into those next. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware. The worst of the worst, the highest we're going to see that Skykomish, according to the latest prediction, is basically peaking right now. It's cresting as we speak. But will those levees and dikes hold out until this thing gets back down below major flood stage, which is going to be 24 hours. It's kind of like a race against the clock at this point in time. It's one of the reasons we've been talking about them, and we had crews up there earlier this morning on Good Day Seattle. We'll have more coverage on them later. All right, back to some of the viewer videos coming in. Turner Tyler sending this in from North Bend, saying Cedar Village looking across the river to River Bend, and you can see, you know, just looking off in the distance. You don't got to be familiar with the area to realize you have water flashing by those trees as if that's the typical river. It gives you a good idea what they're dealing with. Sammy Kingery from Falls City showing the river flowing through, and you can tell in that picture too, just like the others, you've got all these trees that are underwater. Gives you a good idea of how far this thing has gone beyond its shores. And we've got a few pictures, including this one here, that shows how high that is up near that bridge in that area. All right, Vanessa from Kent sending us Green River footage from behind Maple Lane Mobile Park. You can see the good news there is that this is a very wide part of the river and it's not moving so fast, but obviously it is concerning because it is beyond its normal points. And here's another image or video coming in from Vanessa showing us just how close that water has gotten to the sidewalk there. So obviously folks keep an eye on that, because look what's just beyond that. If that hits the sidewalk, that goes right over into those homes just to the right of your screen there. Chris from Concrete sending some videos in from Mount Vernon and Concrete. And remember, that's one of those areas that we were talking about earlier. The Skagit River is going to be rough. And while the water may not look that high in that photo, a reminder as we talk about Vernon and Concrete, they are just starting to begin their journey. They are in minor flood stage right now. That's around 28 feet. They are predicted to get to 42.2 feet. So in the next let me do some quick math for you here. Apologize, I'm punching all the buttons here. Let me do some quick math for you here and try to get you guys caught up, because you just saw what Chris showed there with Concrete in Mount Vernon. That is considered minor flooding at this point. 27.5 feet. They are predicted to go to 42.5, so another 14 feet higher than what we just saw there. The good news is they don't reach that peak until 4 a.m. Friday, but they are expected to hit major flood stage sometime between 10 tonight and 4 tomorrow morning, which again, that's the concerning part about a lot of this stuff. You start seeing this get really serious when it's dark out. People will have this creep up on them in a hurry, and you can't say if you're up in your Mount Vernon area, well, historically it does this. This isn't historical. The forecast right now shows them going roughly 5 feet beyond the all-time record recorded in that area. So keep that in mind for those of you sending us the photos. We appreciate it. If you're in a low-lying area, make sure you're making your plans right now. All right, we're going to jump back into some of these photos. Matt Hopman from Napa Vine, Washington says, my dear friends are confused that their little creek is now a river. Yeah, Napa Vine, we were showing you guys some of the footage out there earlier today, or earlier yesterday, I should say. Remember, that's where they had to rescue 5 people near the, was it the interstate or the state route? Either way, it was a major road, and they had to send crews in to rescue some folks off the road because they drove into some very high water. The dear friend confused for sure. Sarah from Ording sending us on in 162 in Ording. We're going to be checking in that area in just a little bit. If you were watching us earlier today, we actually had a water rescue out in that area by the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. We'll listen in to some of the folks out there in just a little bit. Sarah also sending us another photo there. Robin Valles sending us from Puyallup saying this is the Puyallup River. The river trail between Puyallup and Sumner is closed. You can't see the trail. Yeah, we've been reporting on that one. We do appreciate these views, Robin, because I personally haven't laid eyes on this in quite a while. And Sumner, for me, has been a point of concern because I know they had to build that wall around the wastewater system there where the Puyallup River and the White River meet. So that is going to be a spot to keep an eye on. I haven't even had a chance to see when they crest there. Hopefully the worst of the worst is behind them, but do appreciate that view, Robin. Amanda Keel from Snoqualmie says Snoqualmie Falls, Snoqualmie Elementary, and the Snoqualmie River. This is our last grouping of photos, but yeah, you can see how the road dips and it gets there. And the Snoqualmie Falls, yeah, that is raging. We always see it this time of year, but this is just a little something extra to get your eyes on the falls. Good job, by the way, at getting that without the huge mist in front of you. I know we sent our crew out there earlier, and it was pretty crazy out there. Hard to even see the falls. But you have another view here of the river, and it looks like kind of starting to infringe on the park there. 2 more photos coming in from Amanda Keel. I'm guessing that this is out near the elementary school, but obviously a view of the river there. And even if you're unfamiliar with it, you can tell that the river has really breached its typical banks because all the trees that are underwater. Yes, there's the elementary school that she mentioned. I mean, yeah, gonna have go out on a limb and say they ain't gonna be having school out there tomorrow, but we'll have that ticker up on the 4 o'clock news for you guys, and we'll be updating you on closures today, so look for that as well. And a reminder, submit your weather pictures or videos. Easy to do. Pull out your camera phone, scan that QR code in the upper right hand side of your screen, and that'll take you directly to us. Hey guys, we really appreciate you guys doing this. All right, Washington flooding prompting evacuation orders. Fox Weather is jumping in with meteorologist Claire Anderson. We're actually going to hand you off and listen in live.
Washington, our topography, we've got these big mountains, the Cascades, which is right along here. We usually see snow this time of year, but the atmospheric river is really warm. So all of this is falling as rain. So you take 3 to 6 inches of rain in the mountains, which should be falling as snow and staying up there. It goes right into our local rivers and flows down. The other problem is you get numerous rivers, numerous coming together of all this water, and it comes from the steep mountains and goes into these flat floodplains. This flat area of farmland. We have a lot of cattle. We have people living here. So it is not abnormal to see flooding. We see it every year. But when you see the accumulation of this much rain, several days of it, and then going out into these floodplains, that's the problem we're seeing. And it's going into places that, you know, we typically see, but then also other areas that we don't usually talk about when we see major flooding like this.
And Claire, quick question, because we're looking at the video that was right below. You see entire communities, as you mentioned, floodplains, right? And then you talk about this ends maybe Friday, but then we get another surge of this Sunday into Monday. It's that 1-2 punch. In a floodplain like that, is there any opportunity for that water to release out in that small window of time, or is that next event just going to stack up on top of it?
Well, what's hard is, I mean, that would be almost the third round, because just a few days ago, or a day or two ago, we had a whole bunch of rain. Today's the second round. We get a little break over the weekend. I was just looking at the forecast. We see more rain next week. So yeah, it doesn't give us a whole lot of time to kind of rebound, get things kind of dried out. We do have a few drier days over the weekend, but yeah, like you said, another round of showers. Not unprecedented. I mean, we live in the Northwest. We see a lot of rain, but it's the amount of moisture over these quick amount of days that are really creating problems, and the warm temperatures, which a lot of this rain in a cooler condition would be snow staying in the mountains. It's not. It's warmer. It's falling as rain into our rivers.
And it's also taking that snowpack that you did have, allowing that to melt. So it's not even just the rain that's coming in. It's all of that liquid and water released out of that as well. A massive concern. And Claire, we thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Weather and really giving us an insight of what's unfolding in Washington during that state of emergency. Fox 13.
All right, so that is some of the coverage that our crew is working on the national stage. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again, not great when your weather is making the national rounds, but we do appreciate Claire Anderson. So while we're down here live in the newsroom, bringing all the details as it comes in, we got crews already upstairs getting ready, and we are now 25 minutes out from our live coverage up in our main studio. You'll be hearing from Fox 13's David Rose, Hannah Kim, and Sabira Rayford, and I'll be jumping in with some breaking news updates as we get those in as well. I'll actually be chatting a little bit about this emergency declaration that was announced by Governor Bob Ferguson. That's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, so something to look forward to. In the meantime, we are going to jump in to another commercial break. On the other side, we'll talk a little bit more about an alert that just went out in the past 30 minutes in Skagit County. All right, everybody, welcome back into the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. We got that live look out from our Capitol Hill camera in Seattle. A little bit of wind every once in a while, blowing just enough of that haze to give us a view of just a few of those houses down below. Not much different no matter where we go in our viewing area. It is nasty, it is gnarly, it is wet, it is windy, it is whatever you want to call it, but never anything but good news at this point in time, as we are now in your second stage of this atmospheric river, this second round, and we do have more weather on the horizon as well. You just heard meteorologist Claire Anderson kind of talking about that. Now, I mentioned that an alert went out just a short time ago. Let me pop this up on your screen because we got this from Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman. Remember, she's up there in Skagit County talking with people. This just came across her cell phone. It says, Skagit ready alert. Residents around Lyman and Hamilton go for immediate evacuation. Historic flooding is occurring on the Skagit and Sauk rivers. Evacuate now. Roads may be closed due to high water. Plan your route to high ground away from the river. Do not wait. See skagitcounty.net/flood for more information. So remember, we had gotten that hint from the governor's press conference earlier today. You heard the heads of the emergency management talking a little bit about how they expected more evacuation notices to go out. They said as many as 75,000 could go out up there in Skagit County by the time this is all done. So low-lying areas are being told, get to higher ground. We'll dig into why that is. Let me pull up that information that they just put out there. So, all right, here's the nitty-gritty that they put on their website. All residents living within 100-year floodplain at level 2 get set for impending evacuation. That is what just went out there. They've started a river level hotline where you can call and get the details there. And they do have sandbags available at the Department of Emergency Management. And they've also put out some details about those with livestock. Remember, we talked about this yesterday with that breaking news up there in Snohomish County, where they started shifting animals over to the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. A concern there for obvious reasons. And we are continuing to see people be told it's time to get ready to go. Skagit County is going to be one of those areas that gets a lot of attention, not just today. This is going to continue to move throughout the entire week, really. I think I shared this just a little bit ago, so I'll keep it short this time for anybody that missed this, but vertical dotted line, this separates everything on the left. That's what we've seen. Everything on the right, that is what we're predicting through National Weather Service. Look at how this is going to climb, and they're going to hit major flood stage sometime before tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. So again, when it's really dark, and they're expected to get all the way up to 41.5 feet. Again, that would be 4+ feet beyond the record that they've seen up there in the Mount Vernon area. Of course, that is just one of the gauges that they are tracking for this. Now, we don't know if this is going to change, but earlier today we heard from Pam Thornlow. She lives near the Skagit River. Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman was talking with us. Pam said she wasn't going to go, that one of this woman's roommates has said that she's leaving, but Pam says she's sticking it out. She's lived in this home a long time, and she's never seen it get bad enough where she needed to leave. So this is just from like an hour and a half ago as some of these alerts and concerns were starting to pop up. Hopefully Pam will change her mind, but this is what she told Fox 13's Alejandra Guzman earlier today.
I named it Heart's Desire because it was everything I didn't have in Alaska. It has 9 feet of topsoil. It was halfway between Seattle and Vancouver, BC, and all the arts and classics that you could do, sports. It was, 30 minutes from Anacortes and all the fishing and boating. And we were at a change of phases. And I decided that my daughter needed better education than she could get in Alaska.
Speaking of changes, you're right across the Skagit River.
Yes.
Do you have any concerns hearing that the emergency management folks are urging you to be ready to evacuate?
Well, we've been through this before, and because we're on a straightaway, the water doesn't build up here. It builds up, and downtown is lower than this place, and at the corner they have a relief valve that'll send the water out into the tulip fields. So I feel quite safe here.
So you have no plans?
Not at the moment. We never even get water standing. It's not like the fields.
When you hear record levels of rainfall,
Yeah.
I mean, we're hearing that this is going to be record breaking. You were here, or you bought the home in 97.
Right.
So I think the last time you mentioned it flooded was in 1913, or somewhere along those lines.
Well, when they built the dikes. Yes. And then it hasn't flooded here on this property since then.
So you're very confident in the dikes?
Yes, we're 3 feet above any kind of level. The little houses that are down on concrete slabs will be the ones that have a problem.
Do you know if your neighbors are perhaps getting ready and have a go bag just in case?
I texted this neighbor because he has a mother in the area, and he appreciated, he doesn't always live there, so he's in the process of moving his mother.
What about you? Who's going to come to your rescue?
Oh, I have several people that will come, so that I'm not worried if I decide, but I can't envision that there'll be a problem.
Who do you think should have their go bags ready if they don't already? Who are you suggesting around here?
Well, anybody that's uncomfortable or lives lower than 3 feet above grade. So it's, you know, if you're in a dip that gathers water.
For you, us being here, is
Yeah.
it saying we're in dire situations?
No. And they haven't started driving up and down the dike. There are a lot of little, it will flood in concrete and Marble Mountain. There's a whole bunch of other places it floods and closes first.
Perfect. Any questions you've got, Colby? Anything else you want to say about the river that I haven't asked or touched on?
No.
Any record that you remember when it perhaps was the highest? So far I was telling you, it looks like there's still space, but...
They've raised it quite a bit over the years. The last time it was close, and
all right, so that is just some of the concern we have out there in Skagit County, because we are seeing more and more people being told to leave. We saw more evacuations announced. Hopefully Pam got that message, but we will continue to monitor that. Fox Weather talking about us right now. Let's jump back into their coverage. We'll get you some insight from the meteorologists there.
Spread that flood warning is, which means you are in a dangerous, it's imminent, it's happening right now type of scenario for the entire portion of the northern Cascades in the interior spot. Here's all the amount of rain on top of what they've already had in just this event alone, and why you're looking at catastrophic and historic river flooding, where you're getting to historic levels of Crest, and it's by feet that they're surpassing the previous record. And then here's the concern beyond Friday. We start looking at the timestamp, and this active cycle continues late into the weekend, early next week, and just continues on. The atmospheric river event does not stop. And when you look at the long range into next week, we're looking at significant rain on already waterlogged areas that have been pushed to the absolute brink. And the big component of this is how warm it is, because the snow levels never meet the mountains. It's a pure rain event for all of the western and really the crest of the Cascades, which means all of that is falling onto snow. That's melting, and everything rushes out of the mountains down into those river basins where so many people live, and why we are keeping you updated as this continues to unfold.
All right, and we do want to let you guys know that when I'm not up here later on in the evening, we're going to have that live coverage from 4 until 7 upstairs, nice and polished. Our crews are all out there tracking everything for you. But whenever we're not in that, we have people on standby to jump in with breaking news, and we'll also be bringing you some of this Fox weather coverage right here on our live stream between our newscasts. So we are going to be talking about weather all day long, because it is the only story that we really want to pay attention to at this point in time, because frankly, this is when we're talking about the risk of loss of life. We do not want to see that worst case scenario. We want to be here to help get you the information. And if you're on the fence about whether or not to get out of your area, let me just pose the question to you. Which would you rather? Would you rather leave and find out you didn't need to, or not leave and be calling 911 and hoping that somebody's around to rescue you? You can probably figure out which way I'd lean on that. All right, more news still to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We'll leave you with a beauty shot, or a non-beauty shot of the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. We're going to take a commercial break, and on the other side, we'll dig into more news that we're tracking here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Once again, joining you. Got that live look outside right now. We do want to say thank you to all of our viewers who continue to hang with us today and send in these videos. Let's give you a rundown of some of the stuff that we're seeing right now. So Crystal from Ording put in the Puyallup River running along the levee walk and running under the bridge on Calistoga. Yes, the Puyallup River is one of those areas that we are pretty concerned about today. It is one of the ones that we were tracking earlier in the morning, I know, out near Ording. Just to give you guys kind of an idea of what's happening with the Puyallup River. I'm thumbing through, I know you can probably hear my mouse. It dropped in terms of what kind of level it's at, but it is expected to spike really quickly into tomorrow and jump back up into major flooding stage around 4 a.m. It's kind of crazy when you look at the breakdown here, but this is kind of the game plan. Everything on the left, again, this is what we've seen. This is where we're heading next, and look at this. This is where we're at right about now. And this all the way climbing back up into major flood stage area. That is tomorrow at 4 a.m. Meanwhile, we're getting some pictures in from Lindsay Hagan. Green water, the White River today. Boy, and this is concerning because look at, they've sandbagged. They've tried to get this thing so that it would stay in its lane, if you will. Look how close that is to those sandbags, though. That is up there pretty high. We are concerned about this area as well as others today. And just so you know, the Cedar River, just because I looked at that looked kind of precarious with where that is. We're still climbing. So right about now, they're looking at about 14 feet. They're expected to go up to 17.5 feet if the current prediction holds. So that would be going 3 feet higher. Those sandbags aren't going to cover what we're expecting to see. That is a concern. Tyler Craig from out in Arlington says, Jordan Bridge, Skykomish River, currently trees flowing in the river as well. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Skykomish coming up in Seattle News tonight. This is another trouble spot that we are worried about. Arlington in particular, they have that wall up. It's holding right now, but we heard from the state earlier today, emergency crews talking about they are worried about whether or not that is going to hold. So Arlington is suddenly a trouble spot that we've got to pay close attention to. Chair Scott from Eatonville says South Creek is now a raging river. Yeah, that is something we've been hearing a lot from people. Creeks becoming a river. And this video coming in from Chair as well, kind of showing you what she means there. Yeah, that doesn't look like a creek. It looks like it's moving just like you'd expect our area rivers to move. That gives you a good idea of where we're at. Reminder, 10 areas that we are expecting to see, or 10 major rivers that we're expecting to hit major flood stage. And that is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg of everything that we're dealing with right now. Reminder to all of our viewers out there, we are offering up live updates on fox13seattle.com. This is coming in from our digital team, and this is being updated like a blog, and every time something new happens, they'll timestamp it and let you know what's going on with this. But the highlights they've got up here at the top: heavy rain and strong winds continue to impact Puget Sound, causing major flooding and road closures. Evacuation notices already out in multiple areas. Several rivers expected to reach major flood stage with emergencies declared in multiple counties. And they are tracking the latest flood weather and conditions across the region. We will have live coverage between 4 and 7 o'clock in our main studio. So everything that you've been hearing coming in from me, that is just what we have been trying to wrap our heads around here at the live desk as our crews send back video. But there is even more that we haven't jumped into because we've got a whole crew over here working on this stuff. Now, before we let you go, we got about 3 minutes left in the show before we hand you off to the Seattle News Tonight crew, but I do want to show you what I considered one of the most concerning visuals of the day. We had that water rescue out near Ording, so this is the Puyallup River that we're talking about, again bouncing around different parts of our viewing area, but this is just outside of Ording. Multiple people had to be rescued today. It was a pretty concerning situation out there just because from our understanding, they had actually already been out there, and crews with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. So I think there was a little bit of frustration about the fact that they had to go back out there to chat with folks. We did get a chance to hear from one of the people that had to evacuate his home. He was one of the ones that actually helped move a number of those people over to safety. And it was our understanding that additional people ended up needing to get rescued by a swiftwater rescue team. So let's jump into this conversation and give you a little bit of what it's like for folks that are dealing with this right now.
Our spot was right there where the canopy is right there.
Wow. And how long have you lived here?
We've moved in probably in November of last year, so this is our second year being here.
Awesome. Have you lived in Ording for a long time, or just...
We used to live in Lakewood, and then we moved down here in November of last year, and this is the first time that we've experienced this. We've been down here before back in 2000, and we were kind of right over in that area, and we never, the river would come up, high, but it would never come up this bad. So this is the first time that me and my wife has experienced this.
when you're looking at all of this, where your place was parked, what's going through your mind right now? What's your emotion, your reaction to this?
Right now, just glad that we got our camper out of the way, because I mean that's our home, and I mean, just looking at how fast this is running, I mean, I'm surprised it's not taking it, So this is beyond.
When did you make the decision to leave? When did you know, hey, this is dangerous, we gotta go?
So last night, about 6 o'clock.
All right, so we are going to leave you now. We've got just a few seconds in the show. More coverage coming up on Seattle News tonight. I will leave you with a live look at I-90 backed up due to a mudslide. Coverage continues on Fox 13 for those of us on 13+. Everywhere else, we'll hand you off after a commercial break.